I hereby reconvene the special board meeting. I would like to announce that this meeting is being conducted in person and via teleconference in accordance with California Government Code 54953 and SAUSD Board Bylaw 9320. Board member Brenda Lebsack is participating via teleconference from Waco, Texas. Ms. Lebsack, are you able to hear the proceedings on this end?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
And has the agenda been posted at your location?
Yes.
And is your location such that any member of the public could participate in the public portions of this teleconference meeting from your location?
Yes.
And are there persons over the age of 18 present in the room at your location? If yes, please state their relationship to you.
No.
Okay. And Ms. Quiros, please conduct roll call. Thank you.
Please state present when I call your name. Ms. Brazier Aceves,
Present.
Mr. Bustos,
Present.
Dr. Alvarez,
Present.
Ms. Lebsack,
Present.
and Ms. Magdaleno. Present. Thank you.
At this time, the board has quorum of the members present in this conference room located within the district boundaries. And with that, Kimberly Remigio from Guzman Elementary, a third grader at Guzman Elementary, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Kimberly. Great job. I want to recognize that our district and school campuses are located in the village of Paspenga. I want to acknowledge that this land we refer to as Orange County is the unceded and traditional lands of the Gabrielino Tongva Nation and the Wanyanyo Band of Mission Indians, Ahachiman Nation. These lands were taken through a process of colonization, physical, and cultural genocide. I want to pay my respect to elders both past and present, as well as the Tongva and Ahachiman youth who have attended and are currently attending our schools and in neighboring districts. Ms. Quiros, do we have anyone wishing to provide public comment?
We do not have any public speakers.
Okay. Before we begin, I want to thank our staff and very importantly, our families who are here with us today, who will be part of the presentation later. So thank you so much for being here. And with that, I'll move to our presentation and discussion with Dr. Perez. Dr. Perez, will you go ahead and get us started?
Thank you, President Brazier Aceves. Excited to be with you all tonight. I do want to give context for this special board meeting, just so that our public knows it does look different. You see our board sitting at the dais and a team sitting here facing them. We typically have a meeting like this around planning for the future of our district. It's a special board meeting that is a planning meeting. And it is a piece that is part of my evaluation. So laying out what it is that we plan to do and deliver for the students and our families that are, part of our community and attend our SAUSD schools. And so I want to start with sharing that there was a lot of work that happened actually before we got here tonight. So you see the presentation is listed as a draft, and I want to make sure that we provide context and let folks know that that is intentional. There is a partnership, there is a relationship between our school board and the superintendent and staff. Our job is to carry out the vision of the school board. And so my job in particular is to be accountable for that. So tonight, what I'm sharing with you is a draft of the beginning stages of a strategic plan for SAUSD that will carry us into the next couple of years. The reason why it's a draft is because as we prepared for tonight, I had the opportunity to meet individually with each board member, talk to them about our board priorities, hear from them, their thoughts, their ideas, their wants, their desires, their vision for where we go over the next several years. And I did my best to capture those things. And so tonight will be about the board having an opportunity to have discussion around these things. What a lot of people don't maybe know, it's not real common knowledge, is that the only time that the board can come together and speak about things in this fashion is in an open board meeting. And I said this today, and one of our board members chuckled. I'm actually the only one who has the privilege of being able to talk to you guys separately like that and get to hear all of the information. And it's not until we come out into a public meeting that the board gets to interact with one another and hear from one another and openly discuss these things. So this type of meeting is really important because it gives the opportunity for our board to have that open discussion, have that open dialogue, and to provide, and I'm pointing to our team, our cabinet team, and our executive director team, the opportunity to hear you guys and the context and the kind of nuanced pieces that you'll give to the topics for tonight. And so tonight is a very important and pivotal and special opportunity for us to look to the future and think about what we're going to need in order to deliver on the commitments, the promises that we make to our community. So I just wanted to make sure that we share that. Our board knows this very well, but I want our community to know what it means for us to be here, and that the board then gives me the opportunity to work with our team to create a true strategic plan, come up with all of the actual layers, the actions, the strategies, the metrics that we're going to use to measure that, and then we'll bring that back to the board and have them weigh in, give their feedback, and then we'll go to get down to business. We'll roll up our sleeves and start working on these things that we're committing to deliver. So tonight really is about clarifying those board priorities and aligning our work for the future. And the reason why clarifying the board priorities is because we do have a history. These board priorities that you will see that are laid out here in the four boxes, the red, the blue, the purple, and the gray boxes there, are board priorities that not everybody seated at the dais tonight, and Ms. Lebsack, who's joining us virtually, not everybody who's seated here and with us was part of us landing on these four board priorities. And I want to do my due diligence and do that check-in and ask the board, do these in large part still meet the needs? Those are very broad. And so what I did was engage with the board members, talk to them specifically about each of these board priority areas. Again, heard some things from them that I think I captured, but we'll have an opportunity to talk through that tonight. So this is the opportunity for this board, the board that's seated here tonight, and cast that vision for what's to come. And so we're going to slow things down. We're going to go one by one through these board priorities. I'm going to share what I think I heard, and we're going to invite, the board president and I will invite our board to talk about, did I capture that? What do you want to hone in on? What are the things that are really important to you that become the things that we have to have rise to the top in all the things that we're doing? And so I want to give some history to how we landed on these four board priorities. It actually used to be 5. When we first started this journey, there was another piece to this, but we were in the middle of COVID. And so as we emerged, the board at the time started to whittle things down, and we appreciated that because it gave us more clarity about really what we need to focus on. And so now we have these 4 in student achievement, wellness, family and community engagement, and our operational efficiency and effectiveness. And where they're situated is also very meaningful and purposeful. It's not by accident that we have family and community engagement and the organizational efficiency and effectiveness at the bottom, because that is foundationally what has to be in place in order for us to accomplish the student achievement and the wellness. So those are the foundational pieces to us building a strong system that gets the outcomes that we want for our students. And then I want to draw your eyes to the graduate profile, which has served as our North Star in our district for quite a few years now. And we have some families, some parents, folks in the audience who have also been part of helping us to come to that graduate profile. They've been instrumental in the evolution of what things have looked like in our district, and they will have an opportunity tonight to address the board and share some context around their experience in helping us get to the place where we are. And so that graduate profile really is the North Star. It's what drives us. It's what we are working towards every single day. And then you do see the other pieces around, and these are not unimportant, but we're going to kind of just gloss over our SPSAs, which is our single plan for student achievement, which drives all the things that we do at our school sites, and then our larger SAUSD LCAP. That is how we capture the larger pieces, moving parts and pieces that are instrumental for us as a district. So I just want to orient everyone to that, and really just, I think it's probably the first time that this board and with me as the superintendent, and I'm going to say the governance team, is engaging in this kind of conversation. So I want to make sure that we give context and we're not just glossing over. Sometimes this becomes so second, nature, second language, that we don't give it the due that it deserves, stopping to say, this is actually how we got here, this is what it means for us as a district, and honoring all of the people who were involved in the development. And so tonight's goal is really about moving from board priorities to very clear strategic goals. The board's role in that will be to really declare, help us understand the vision that you all have for the board priorities. And then we as staff will go about getting us to those strategic goals. That's staff's job. We will put all of our effort there, and I know the team's excited to be able to articulate those things as well. What we clearly, want to know from the board is what matters most. What is, from what you see on the slides, in the next couple of slides, what matters most to you? What do you want us to deliberately be reporting back on, and what should that look like? So I'll jump right into student achievement, and I have to say this is probably the area that this governance team, and I'm very proud to say that this governance team has spent the most time in of these board priorities while we've been together as a governance team, with me as the superintendent, with all of you seated in the seats that you're in currently. So in this area, we had conversations one-on-one, and welcome, conversation from the board. And I will say that very clearly from the very beginning of this year, we were declarative and laid out, we know that we need to have our students reading on grade level by third grade. So that's clear. And I'm happy to say and also share echoing voices from our board that what you guys have said to me is that I see that when I'm on our campuses. And that makes all of us super excited to know that the work that we get up to do every day and the thing that we're thinking about is actually coming to fruition, and people are talking about it and rolling up their sleeves and engaging. And so that means a lot. And in that area of our student achievement, that was the foundational piece. And then we layered on that having our English learner progress, which means for us reclassification by grade 5, and then finally college and career readiness. And we see them stacked this way, but the truth is, when we think about our graduate profile, we did backwards mapping. The goal clearly is that college and career readiness. How we get there gets unpacked and scaffolded with our English learners being reclassified by 5th grade, and with our students being reading on grade level by 3rd grade. But the graduate profile in and of itself is really rooted in that college and career readiness, and that looks a particular way for us in Santa Ana. And I actually get excited about talking about this because it is the future for our students. And you see specifically internships called out there, CTE pathways, AP courses, dual enrollment. All of these really give us a full picture of our students being college and career ready. Oops. And so I know that we have been having discussion around this particular area, but interested and curious about any other particular pieces that the board, wants to kind of highlight, make comment around, give us deeper, more targeted direction.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. So at this time, we'll open it up to my colleagues. Folks have discussion, questions on this specific priority area that they'd like to discuss with the superintendent and team. Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to begin by thanking our superintendent and her team for really your focus in this the priority areas here for this board priority. I think this is the type of planning and the type of clarity that so many of our staff and educators have been looking for. And so I'm glad to see it, really laid out here. One of the things that, I've heard, and I know you and I have had conversations about when we list these 3 goals and talking about literacy, English learner progress, and college and career readiness, is I've heard from families or parents or even educators themselves have asked, like, well, what about other content areas? Well, what about math? Do y'all not care about math? So how do we respond to our educators and our families when they look at these priority areas and may not see math or science as a priority? Does it mean it's not a priority for us as a district? Can you explain?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the reality is that any person, any organization, can only do things at a very high level in a few areas. That's the truth. We can put 10 goals here and we will haphazardly go about trying to accomplish them and probably not be successful with any of them. To get success and to be very intentional with your time and your resources, it takes you honing in on things. And sometimes that means that we're not talking explicitly and deliberately about some things. But I want to address that piece because I don't want people to walk away from the conversation or hear this and think, wow, they really don't care about math. I'm going to now reveal some of the kind of secrets behind this, right? Like, yes, you have to narrow it down to some things. But the truth of the matter is you can't have college and career readiness if our students aren't having success in math. They will not follow that path, the A through G path or the dual enrollment path to actually be deemed as college and career ready without that math piece or science or any of the other content areas. So for our secondary folks who might be wondering that, and oftentimes might be who it is, they're like, hey, wait a minute, we're totally left out. There's a little, I'm going to say it's the high leverage piece it's why I talk about college and career readiness, because so much goes into that. Our math folks are not left out. I actually am nerdy about math. I tell people that I literally do see math in everything that in life and everything that you do. And, anyways, so math is something that I don't want us to gloss over. But we have to hone in on some particular areas. As we start to see progress and growth, and I'm so excited, we already are seeing those things happen. Like with just calling out reading on grade level, I can't tell you how many emails I get from principals, how many text messages about the progress that's happening. That's why you choose a few, so you start to get this energy and this momentum. And as we start to hone in on that and get good, then we will, of course, layer things on and be more deliberate about math. And we know math is one of those gatekeeper pieces. We have to have students proficient and able to navigate conceptually math understanding by 5th grade as well. But putting 2 goals for 5th grade, that's not going to help anybody. People will feel torn, they'll feel pulled, in too many different directions and all of that. So by expressing college and career readiness, we inadvertently are requiring people to pay attention to math, because we can't have students college and career ready without it, without being, proficient in math, without having their conceptual understanding and, hands-on learning in science and things along those lines.
Great. Thank you so much for providing that clarity. The other thing that I just want to, call our attention to that's important, and again, I think that these priority areas and calling them out for each board priority is so critical, is because one of the things that I want to be able to point to is when we go and adopt our budget this summer, questions that I'm going to ask you all is, well, how does our budget reflect the goal that we want all of our students to read by 3rd grade? Point to the lines in our budget where we're investing our money that's actually going to help us reach this goal. Same thing for college and career readiness. So this is yet another metric that we can use as a board to hold you and your team accountable, and so that the community is aware of where we're spending our money, how we're doing it, and make sure that there's actually strategy behind it, right? And this is where we can then start talking about how we develop our budget as a school district and ensure that our budget is a reflection of our values and the things that we're prioritizing. And so I guess, the question that I want to ask for the sake of just using this as an example, is as we move into adopting the budget for the upcoming fiscal year, where do you see us investing to ensure that we are meeting the goal of prioritizing literacy by 3rd grade?
Thank you for that question. Where that will really be very clear is in the literacy coaches. I mean, committing to that and having that support really from the state at this point in time, but also looking to how do we leverage that so that when those dollars are not available any longer, that we are in a better situation than we are today, right? That's the goal. So that would be one very clear place. That is a very large commitment and investment to do that. So that's just one example.
Thank you. Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, thank you. First, I just want to say thank you for our priorities. Thank you to our team, because everywhere I go, when I do classroom visits, I talk to the principal and we just have a little one-on-one debrief, and then they tell me what are they working on, whether it is for literacy, whether it is English learner reclassification, college and career readiness. They're ready to tell me off the bat, we're on it, we're working on it, we're seeing progress, these are our barriers. This is how we can work on it. So I appreciate that. No matter what school I go to, they're on it. So I appreciate all of us coming together and aligning our values and what our priorities are and our goals. But number 2, I wanted to piggyback a little bit on our literacy coaches, right? Mr. Bustos said about our budget. How are we funding these literacy coaches? I believe the state is funding them for 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. I want us to commit to 5 years. After the state is done funding them for 3 years, I want us to find general funds to fund them for the next 2 years.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Ms. Barkin to provide some information around the budgeting for the literacy coaches.
Okay.
Yes, so they will provide us money for a certain period of time, but really it depends on who is hired as a literacy coach and how much they cost. So what we are trying to do is just to safely and conservatively plan. So I can say with 100% assurance, we will minimally have them for 2 years. That is a conservative estimate depending on, who is hired as a literacy coach. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about what you mean by who is hired?
Oh, it depends on, their years of experience, just who, the stipend, everything that is affiliated with hiring a person to fulfill that role who has the level of expertise that we need to build capacity within the staff. And that's the goal. So we are just trying to really conservatively plan to make sure that our really in-depth planning is happening for 2 solid years, being hopeful that it's going to extend even further.
And I think I mentioned 3 to 5 years earlier because when we did our one-on-one, Dr. Perez, I asked, how often do these priorities change, right? Is it depending on the new board that comes in, depending on every year if things change? But we want stability here in the district, right? And I think we want to focus on these priorities for as long as 3 to 5 years, you mentioned, in order for us to have stability in the district. So I want us to commit after the state is fully funding the 2 years that you estimate your conservative estimate. I want us to commit to 5 years after, 3 additional years after that, right? So whether we have to find money, we have to find money, right? Because I know our students deserve that. And if we see progress with our literacy coaches, which I know we will, I think we need to commit to it.
So Ms. Magdaleno, I would like to look at things and bring that information back. I hear you 100%. I want for us to clearly know what that means dollar-wise, because right now they are funded by the state, and I know what the grant was. It was around $12 million. That's just for the 21 that are being funded now. So looking full scale, I want to make sure that we're providing that information so that the board, is making that informed decision.
Okay, and just another quick comment when we're talking about literacy is sometimes I go to our dual language school sites and I hear requests from our students and educators as well are, especially our middle schoolers, they don't have enough Spanish chapter books. So we can get Spanish chapter books for our middle schools or our K through 8. I would really appreciate that, right? Because we can't forget about our dual language students.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to echo my colleagues in thanking our superintendent and the team for providing this presentation for us and for our community. And this is a really important moment for us to calibrate and all really join in the shared vision. And I know I often share with our superintendent that I'm seeing these things, like my colleagues, out in the schools, and it's palpable. The excitement, I think, something we've talked about is, just something as simple as being clear is kind, right? And these are very clear goals. And we also know that this is sometimes, it may seem like, well, shouldn't this be the floor, right, for what all of our students deserve and are getting access to? And so it's about equity and making sure everybody is there. And we also know that in many ways, our schools and students are achieving well past these metrics as well. So some of the questions I had, and I might just do a few and we can do another round if needed, because I also see Ms. Lebsack is on the speakers list. So let's see. So one of the things I wanted to highlight under college and career readiness is, for me, and I welcome conversation on this. I know our superintendent, and I've had many conversations around having meaningful mentorships and internships. And I know that's something we talk about often, and there's a lot in motion, a lot of great visionary ideas that our superintendent has brought in her role, and I'm looking forward to seeing those implemented as soon as possible. But I know you as well, so I know that's something we talk a lot about, but I want to say that publicly, I'm really excited about your vision on this, and the support around this. I know we've connected with different community partners, and just really getting creative in how we create these opportunities for our student. And I think I recently heard you share that the goal would be that eventually, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that every single student in our district can opt into a mentorship and an internship. and get that experience while in our system.
Yeah, I actually, in my own mind, and have started verbally saying this to people as the SAUSD advantage. I do believe that that can be the advantage for our district and be an attraction for families, knowing that A, they can be part of our district and have their students have access to that internship, that mentorship, that what I call the social capital, so that our students can go out into their life beyond graduation with some, networking, some relationships, some folks that, can potentially be someone that helps them, get that job or helps them, have an experience that will, ultimately be something that they do in their career. And access to the scholarship pieces, that's huge too. So those two things, in my mind, I do, it's, again, vision, what I work towards to be the advantage. I want our students to have the advantage. It's going to take that, though.
Thank you. And I know, and just for our staff who are working behind this, I'm sure many folks can relate, right? I know I think about my own experience and getting a master's degree and then, but not having a network, right? And my dad worked in the trades and, my mom worked really hard to start her own small business, but that wasn't really thriving at that point, right? And so we didn't really have any networks, and so I ended up working for a friend's mom in like a retail kind of industry that wasn't the safest, wasn't I wasn't able to use my skill set or really put that on my resume either. So I know we've ran into some of our partners, meeting with some of our local electeds and other partners with the same questions, like how do we're sending our kids to college and they're going away to Ivy Leagues out of state and UCs throughout the state, but they're coming back and they're seeking to get their foot in the door. And that can sometimes, for first generation college goers and families to this country, right, may be a challenge. So I think is very, very important and something that I'm looking forward to supporting and seeing that move along quickly. I'll do one other area that I had a question in and I'll come back. So around our undocumented students and the California DREAM Act. So specifically in this section, under student achievement, I know this is something that I've had the chance to meet with our teaching and learning team with, and that they've come forward in the B2B with a plan on next steps. So thank you for that. I'm really excited about this work. And for the community to know and for the teams to know across departments, and as we think about how to support our undocumented students more and more, really what I'm looking at is how are we addressing the barriers, and there's many, in accessing conversations and support for applying for the California DREAM Act. That's one of many, right? But we often see in general in education that there's many barriers for undocumented students to, one, know that they may be eligible or that they are eligible for state financial aid for higher education and that the California DREAM Act is available to them. That, the school is a safe place to have that conversation and get support. Many students might not know yet that they are undocumented. That might be a conversation their family is seeking support and having with their child at that time. And so how are we making sure our families and our students and our educators are very, very well equipped with this information? And so for me, what I would like to see is that there are these campaigns, if you will, that are talked about where being an undocumented student applying for the California DREAM Act is talked about just as much, if not more, than FAFSA, because our students are starting, right, like when we think about equity with all of these barriers. And so to get them on a level playing field with their peers who are applying for FAFSA, we have to do more just to get to that baseline. So I know our team has put together a solid plan. And while we don't ask about immigration status, we're going to look at, after having some of these workshops specific to the California DREAM Act, do those number of students, that percentage that haven't applied yet this far into the school year, haven't applied to FAFSA, if we see an increase in that. And then that will tell us perhaps that gap could largely be our undocumented student population, right? And so that's just one way to tackle this, but I'm looking forward to seeing that be developed and become more robust. That's something that I have spent a lot of time working in education, and it's very important that it's institutionalized, otherwise we miss students, and it's more educators on a case-by-case basis who are trying to meet that need and identify those students, but it needs to be extremely visible so that students know to also ask their educators. And I don't, if the team could speak to that just very briefly for the community, that would be helpful, and then we'll move to the next speaker.
Certainly. I just want to say that I was grateful to have the conversation and with the team. Our team has already gotten together. I think the first thing that we actually talked about is we talked about a campaign and really putting the focus on this area just as much as we focus on everything else. So I know that Dr. Alvarado is actually working with Dr. Pianta, who oversees our counselors, to take a look at this, but we want to do everything from analyzing data, having conversations with principals, really looking at how we can actually highlight, spotlight this, support our students, but not put them in a space that's not unsafe. So we're trying to really make sure that we do this in a very careful and strategic way. And that's part of the information that we shared with you in the B2B. And every time I have a conversation with the secondary team, it's actually being refined. So I'm happy to provide you with additional updates as they come up with new and even better ideas.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barkeen. And last point to that is, I know I've also mentioned staff training or resources, professional resources for our staff. And so I'm excited to hear next steps on that too. You know, that can be something that can become internal. I know that there's an organization called Undocu Scholars, and they recently, you know, they've been reaching out, and they've also teamed up with SAC and have invited us to collaborate. So they're local folks who've, you know, navigated these systems, and so now are here to, are also educators and making themselves available to provide us supports too, so that we can make sure that all educators, right, when a student goes to that trusted educator, that they are equipped with the accurate language and information. So thank you so much for your work on that. And we have Dr. Alvarez, and then we had Brenda, and then we'll go to our second round.
Yeah. I just wanted to start off by mentioning that this meeting is important because outside of this meeting, as board members, we don't have the opportunity to all of us talk together because of the Brown Act. So this is an opportunity for us to engage in dialogue, and I think that it's important to engage in dialogue because not just for the superintendent, but also for our community to hear what our values are, how we're making decisions. The purpose of this meeting is to clarify what matters most, what success should look like, what strategies may move the work forward, and what evidence should be used to measure progress. And the one thing that I wanted to mention is that as we're looking at progress, we need to, I think we talked about this before, that it's not just about looking at the numbers. It's about looking at what is causing those numbers. As I'm looking at this presentation, one of the things that I keep thinking about is that everything is related and interrelated. If there's a positive or a negative effect on one goal, it's going to affect the other one. So if one is affected, it's going to affect the other ones. So, and going back to student achievement, it's not just about the numbers, but the thing is also parental engagement and family and community engagement also affect the, academic achievement. So I guess that's something that's important to me, and maybe something to think about. Maybe we can talk about it a little bit more when we get to family and community engagement. But is how will family engagement and literacy be measured for impact? You know, because it's happening out there. You know, not just with literacy. I went to a school. They had a STEM night. They had a literacy night at another school. So there's a lot of things that are happening outside of the classroom involving the parents. It's family and community engagement, and it increases family community engagement efficiency, has an impact on academic achievement. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Brenda?
Yeah, I always mention that I appreciate the clarity of the goals, Dr. Perez, and I think all the administrators do as well. I want to mention about the literacy and for third grade, you know, I'm getting a lot of feedback from primary teachers that there's a frustration about the inclusion process that we've been doing. And I'm a little confused because it seems as though I remember when Ray Rice talked in 2025, when she was talking about the goal was to push our special ed preschoolers into gen ed classes. And it just seemed like it was a group mentality rather than an individualized program. Individualized education program. And I sent you a text today asking, because I actually went back and listened to that meeting again today and heard what the things that she said that shocked me at the time. And I want to know, is that something that we're still doing? Because it seems that we are, because our primary teachers are feeling that, you know, that we're getting, I don't think we have an SDC classes anymore. We're minimizing some of our special ed classes, our self-contained classes, and pushing kids in to gen ed classes where they may not be placed correctly, where the gen ed teacher isn't feeling, a lot of times not feeling like they're getting input into the process, and that instead the answer seems to be to hire more and more one-on-ones in these gen ed classes, which seems costly. And so my question is, you know, I'm hearing teachers say, you know, we need these special ed classes that are self-contained classes for mild mod and for special day classes. So where are we at as a district? Because we can have goals, but if we are sabotaging ourselves with the way we are operating, in that if the teacher doesn't feel like they can provide good instruction because they're being interrupted a lot, and so that reduces the instructional time in a classroom, that can kind of sabotage our efforts. So what is our protocols as far as, especially like from Mitchell, the Mitchell students, our transition IEPs, are we just pushing kids in? Or are we being selective on how that's done? Because I'm getting even parents are telling me that, you know, wow, I wanted my child to be in a special ed class to get that extra support, not to be forced into a gen ed class to where it affected their self-esteem, because they may be really far behind and they need more than just to be in a gen ed class with a one-on-one aide babysitting them, a lot of times coming from a temp agency. So I don't know. I'd like to hear more about that because that's a real concern.
Thank you, Ms. Lipsack. I am going to ask one of our team members, Jeanette, to come and answer that in more detail. What I will share, and I think I probably even shared that night back in 2025, was that students who have an IEP, that we are going to go through the IEP process. There isn't anything that we're going to, and I'm going to say this as the superintendent, like just broad strokes say all students are going to, you know, be moved into inclusion, because that actually flies in the face of an IEP. So if those practices were existing, you know, that's bad on us. But that is not the direction that we are moving, because students, and those that you named specifically who have an IEP, we actually have to honor that IEP process. So,
thanks. I think that's an excellent way to phrase it. We have to separate sometimes philosophy from practical implementation. inclusion is best for our students. We know that the earlier that we include students, the better the trajectory over time. So we do want to include them at the earliest levels possible. Where we may run into trouble is if that planning process isn't adequately laid out. So for example, if we have students in a highly structured environment in a preschool setting, and then we move them straight into a general education setting that looks much different, feels much different, then the students, we're not really setting them up for success. So we're trying to blend that a little bit better this year. The goal being ultimately, what's going to benefit us the most is to have those early grade levels taught, co-taught, so that the students have kind of the best support on both sides of the spectrum, and that they are being adequately prepared, and that our teachers feel supported and like they're being given the skill sets by working in tandem with a partner who has them. So we think of general ed teachers more or less as being content experts, while our special education teachers tend to lean more into scaffolding and how to provide supports and structures for students so that they can access that general education curriculum. We have to make sure that we bring up our general education teachers in those skill sets. At the same time, by having the teachers in the classroom at the same time, we can accomplish that more effectively. So we recognize that if we move too hastily, just taking kids out of a highly supported environment into a non-supported environment, that it's going to be disastrous across the board. So we're really looking into that. I appreciate you bringing up, I can't see you, but thank you, Brenda, for bringing it up. Our goal, again, is to increase our general education teacher capacity to meet student needs. And we're going to, I think, add a little bit more structure to that process moving forward, so that the kids get that early experience in the general education classroom while the teachers are being adequately prepared to provide for their needs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wanted to just read something from someone in our district who works on a lot of the transition IEPs and works with a lot of teachers. Basically, she said, without a mild, moderate, self-contained option, students are forced into placements that don't give enough support, or a program that is much more restrictive than they actually need. So my question is, why did we close our self-contained SDC classes and our self-contained mild mod classes? Is that something the state forced us to do?
She's making
Or
her
was
way
that
back. I know that you might not be able
Something
to
that
see.
we chose to do as a district?
I think that the goal originally was to lower the number of those classrooms that are offered. They still exist, so there's still an option. We still offer a full continuum of program placements and services across the district. I think maybe what you might be referring to is that there was the philosophy was in place at the time to reduce the numbers, which we are reconsidering at this time. We're looking into the individual needs of students and programming accordingly.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're saying, and why did we reduce them?
What I heard be said was that was the philosophy at the time. And I'm going to speak contextually to some of the experiences that I think Ms. Lebsack, you are probably, and the folks who are communicating with you are referring to. And I'm just going to acknowledge the challenge. We did encounter a lot of challenges at the beginning of this year with transition of our youngest students into settings that, like Ms. Anderson described, maybe have been going from a very structured environment to an environment that was less structured and with more kiddos and less adults and all of the things that are a recipe for it not to be as successful as it could be. And so we acknowledge, I will say, and own this, we acknowledge that there were things that we needed to do, that we need to do better. And I can tell you, Ms. Lebsack, the team has wrapped their head around that. We have had teams deployed to actually be in the classroom spaces for weeks at a time to see what the challenges are, to be alongside our educators, to contextually experience what they are experiencing, the challenges, because there have been and there are, so that we may better understand and provide a better service to our students and to our families. And so that is what I know to be true, and what I know that the team has been wrapping their heads around, and it's why I believe Ms. Anderson is talking about the philosophical approach that was versus what the philosophical or the actual tactical, practical approach is.
And we are at the SELPA level trying to address this with the state. So part of those changes really do come from the state's expectations regarding inclusion. Our preschool programs aren't funded the same way that our grade school programs are funded. And so typically speaking, what happens is our preschool kids across the state, this isn't a Santa Ana problem, across the state don't have access to general education peers in the same way. Because preschool is not required for general education. And so we run into this gap. It's almost a chasm, depending on how you look at it, where you have students who are in a self-contained, basically, classroom during those early years because there are no other options. And they have all of this direct support, they're getting a lot of services, and then the state says, hey, move them out and put them into general education, that's the way to go. And that really, I think that the district special education administration at the time had the best intentions in mind and was doing, following state guidance. The problem, of course, being that this is a real problem across the state of California. And we do have a lot of opportunity for our kids to either be in the Mitchell program or out at a site. Arguably, if they're in a self-contained school, that's going to make the challenges a little bit greater. So we're looking at all of those different facets and what's happening with our students, and we're trying to address the needs as they come up kind of in living time. And that's the goal, but I don't want to just blame it on a single factor. It's a multifaceted problem, and it really is across the state. It's not just our district.
Is the state incentivizing these recommendations? Like financially?
I'm going to just address the whole special ed piece here around feds and the state. No. We are not actually funded to carry out what they expected from us originally when IDEA, came into being. No, there is no incentivizing financially. We would love for them to just fund us at the level that we should be funded to appropriately serve our students who receive special education. So I think that is a wonderful question and a big, big conversation that everybody and anybody who's listening, please call somebody about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Perez. I know that's something that you, myself, Dr. Alvarez, we traveled even to Washington, D.C. to advocate on behalf of SAUSD about 3 years ago, because the federal government, I think, supports about 8% of what the mandated supports are. State and federal. Mr. Hacker's going to help us out.
So state and federal funding together only cover 25% of our special education costs.
Thank you. I know that was in our board, in the interim report that you provided at our last meeting. So I think that's, just taking a moment to highlight that again for our community, because that continues to be an area where we do need support. When we say we need everyone's support to continue to provide all the services needed and great educational opportunities across California and in SAUSD, we're going to need to have those conversations more and more. Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I actually want to thank my colleague, Ms. Lepsak, for raising these issues and these concerns, because these are really the things that I'm hearing from educators, from parents as well. And this is an issue that I'm very laser focused on, because I've heard it from a lot of folks. And so, you know, what is important to me as we look at these priority areas is how our SPED students, our students in special education, are, you know, how we're tracking progress here and how we're tracking supports that are needed in order for them to also reach these goals, right? And not just our students in special education, but also our McKinney-Vento students, our foster youth, right? That's critical. And so, you know, I want to acknowledge the fact and thank you for the fact that you acknowledged and you own the decisions that were made in the past, even if they were made with the best intentions in mind, but really point us back to the moment where we're in now. You know, we have new leadership in our special education department. We have a new superintendent, and I think now more than ever, this is the point for us to look back at the decisions that were made, understand, of course, what is required and what the expectations of the state are, but really look at our own system internally. Superintendent, you and I have had conversations about this, and we really don't know why things happen the way that they do, and I'm still trying to understand that. I know you're also getting into the bottom of things, but we have a history as a district of making decisions that completely turn us up on our head, right? Like we do a whole 180 in a matter of months. And we cannot continue to do that. We cannot. Because then we get to a point where we find ourselves today, where now we have to reevaluate the whole thing instead of the little things that we could have been doing from this point in time to this point in time. Let's see how this works. Doesn't work, let's reevaluate it then, right? We're not having to change an entire system and our entire processes. And this isn't just special education, and it's actually gonna be amongst all of the things that we're gonna talk about today. And I mean, this has been a thing that I've been talking about since I've joined the board, and I have asked, why were these decisions made the way that they were? And so now, again, that's why I'm so glad that we're not just keeping these broad board priorities, but we're really focusing on these priority areas, and we can point to, like, these are the things that we're going to, as a board, we're committed, and as a governance team, we're committed to be laser focused on, so we can ensure that, like, we're not having to completely change our systems and our processes in a matter of months, but instead we're working towards and committing to progress that at the end of that we can actually say, okay, great, this worked or this didn't, right? So that's critical, and that for me that is what we need to do, and that's going to be a culture shift for everybody. And I mean, that is my expectation of all of our departments as we look at these board priorities. And it's important that our department heads listen to this, and that all of our employees that work in all of our various departments listen to this, and our educators and families, that we all have a stake in this. If we truly want to see progress as a school district, every single one of us needs to show up and contribute towards making that progress. But of course, that begins with us, and it's important to hold ourselves accountable and hold ourselves to that standard. So I don't just say it for myself and for everybody else in our district, I say it for our entire governance team. And so, with that being said, and to that point, and again, I also want to thank my colleagues, and I know others on the board have also engaged in conversations with you about the need to have a deeper discussion about our special education programs and dedicating time to talk about these things, because it is a very complex issue with a very long history. And we can take the entire night to talk about it tonight, but that's not just the focus tonight, right? So I want to thank you all for that commitment to do that. I want to reassure our educators and our parents that our board is focused and wants to make sure that we're making and we're leading our district in the right direction, and that we're creating pathways. at the end of the day, it's to create pathways and opportunities for our students in special education, just in the same ways that we, invest and support our students in general ed, right? So I'll end my comments for this section with that.
Thank you, Mr. Bustos. That was actually along the lines of my next set of questions as well. One of the things that I've been talking with our superintendent about is when we talk about supporting our students within special education and within this priority metric or priority area, I want us to think about and report back to the board, share with us, and if there's anything that folks can share tonight, that would be great too. But how can we measure how we are doing in serving our students within special education or who have IEPs, 504 plans, however broad we want to, continue look at this, and how are we supporting them in regards to their progress toward their individual educational goals in their IEPs, and at the same time, how can we do this with fidelity so that it's not a rush to check off a box? How do we measure that authentically so that we can look at maybe like, are there gaps in certain areas? And I know the superintendent and I have talked about this, and maybe some of the challenges in tracking that. We lump special education together, but there are so many different IEPs that folks have, right? Everyone has a different IEP, but different tools and supports that they're needing. And so I think, I would love for us to think about that. And it's something I hear from the community too. There's definitely our community is seeking ways to work together and understand how can we really support further. And I think finding ways to measure what we do and where the supports, what impact they're having will be really helpful. And I think of a mom who approached me at our Battle of the Books event recently, in the booths, and she came up and she said, I noticed you're here, you're the board president, and I really want to speak to you. I raised a daughter through the district, she's now in college, but when she started, they didn't think that she would be able to speak in the future ever. And I'm keeping it anonymous, so to protect, the family, but she shared that, I was told my daughter won't speak, and now she's in college. So she said it was a really long journey, and I'm hoping to meet with her and hear more about it. But it makes me think just how important it is that we really are looking at each student, and I don't know if that means looking at the types of services and how students who are receiving those types of services are progressing in their IEPs, if they're looking at the data. But it would be great if we could get that conversation going and get some feedback on how we can hold ourselves accountable. And you all are the experts, so I look forward to hearing, like what's feasible, what's already being done, what are the challenges to that. But I don't know if the team or staff can speak to that a little bit at this time too.
Yeah, so the first thing that came to my mind was looking at our student groups, and I actually thought the same thing you did. We have the experts who are, once, we get clarity tonight from the board, then we will go to town and, lay out what that might look like. Are we looking at, because you're right, there's the way that a student goes about qualifying for an IEP, it runs the gamut, right? And so we putting them all together and like just even looking at how are our special ed students faring as compared to our non-special education students is probably not the best and only way we should be doing that. And so I think our team probably has some ideas around what that could look like. But they are the experts, and I want them to have the opportunity to like think about that and really kind of lift up what is already being done, what they may have seen done, with other districts through their SELPA, meetings and things like that. But immediately what came to mind, and you already said that word, that the gap that exists within each of the goals that we have laid out, we are and will continue and put more diligence and effort around looking at all of our student groups. And I heard McKinney-Vento be mentioned tonight, our special education students, obviously, our English learners, but really, because that is actually the only way that we can ensure that we are really being successful. I'll go back to the way we used to measure things in the state and how some schools used to be able to game the system and show these gains because they weren't looking at, their student groups, and it was being masked by all these things. But we're in a different era now, and that the data does, it is public and it is out there, and are forced to look at it. What people do with it is different. And so really the kind of question at our door is like, what are we going to do about it? Because the data's there. That is easy. Like what we're sharing with the board around how special education students or any of our student groups are faring in comparison to our, whole population is easy for us to share with you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be really excited to see if there are ways that we can look at kind of dive deeper into the data and separate it out and see if there's gaps that the team can help us analyze where we can do more and maybe where we can celebrate as well, and then have those conversations with our families. That will be very important as we move forward. You also mentioned McKinney-Vento, foster youth and English learners. I had that in my notes as well to highlight. And I'm wondering if maybe the team can share for the community. I know that recently it was highlighted in a local news article, around the large percentage of McKinney-Vento students we have in our district here in Santa Ana Unified and in the city. And I did have the opportunity to meet with support services, with Mr. Bustamante and Ms. Desjardins at length to just, review again what our services are within McKinney-Vento and what that currently looks like. And I was impressed by the supports and the systems that we have in place. And so if folks could maybe share a little bit for the community to hear that, but also as we think about what are the additional supports that we have or that we're building to help our McKinney-Vento students reach these priority areas, specifically around academic achievement.
Good evening. Beginning with McKinney-Vento, I would like to at least also highlight that this is a partnership with our FACE team. Our FACE liaisons do a great job helping out and assisting with even identifying our families who qualify for the programming. With that said, they work with families to offer referrals. However, in our office specifically, we have a McKinney-Vento liaison who also then provides like next level tiers of support. So they help out with students with the high school, specifically like for FAFSA. There are letters that sometimes we provide for hardship, for CIF, for athletic participation, but there are various components that we do specifically out of support services to help make sure that students who are experiencing homelessness have access to all activities and to their education. And that includes even transportation. With foster youth, we have 2 liaisons that work out of our office, and they work very closely with county agencies, with the students' attorneys as well. They're present at meetings and they advocate for our students. We have a great partnership with Orangewood as well, where students have access to their education, sometimes while they're pending their court hearings. But there is personnel and levels of support for our foster youth and our McKinney-Vento students.
And Ms. Desjardins, could you share a little bit about any additional supports that would be available to a student who identifies under the McKinney-Vento or is identified as being within McKinney-Vento, if they were needing additional supports in these areas around academic achievement? Is there additional supports that they can access?
Yes, so we have some no-cost contracts with partners and agencies, specifically around tutoring, as well as mentorship, where they also engage in supporting students with like one-to-one assistance, and they actually monitor them all the way to the age of 25. So they help them transition to college or to a career, and they case manage even beyond. So those are partnerships that we have.
And just for school sites, in case, and for our community to know, how would a student typically realize that these supports are available to them? And just for me as a board member to kind of help analyze, like, is there more that we need to be doing to make sure that the students who qualify for these services are aware, or is that handled already in a really strong manner?
So within our student information system, there is an identification so that this all school staff that have the opportunity to work with the student are aware that the student qualifies for McKinney-Vento supports. From there, depending on what the assessment of need is then we intentionally target those supports. So it's with great intention that whatever supports that we provide, they also, because they have that identification marker within the student information system during cost meetings, they are, again, a student group that is identified. So there's intention about what supports or interventions to specifically provide or offer to families.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then around our English learners, a similar question. Well, I guess our English learners, so our second goal and first goal within this area, so literacy for all by grade 3 and accelerated English learner progress by grade 5. My question that I'd like to explore a little bit openly, and that I know I've had some conversations with our superintendent and when I'm out at the sites or even district level staff as we're meeting, around what are some of the goals for district-wide supports? Where are we at? Like, how are we building towards that? I'm thinking of things like, while we're working on, best first instruction and making sure all of our classrooms are set up in a way that our staff are able to get to those literacy goals, right, and our students. But we also need that second tier support of kind of a reading intervention tool. So one of the questions is, are we, where are we at with developing a district-wide reading intervention tool so that we can leverage our limited resources in a more efficient way and be able to support our sites? And I also think, similarly with our English learners, I'm hearing at the sites about different types of supports that are being offered around additional tutoring as they're doing data chats and identifying which students are closer to reclassifying and need additional supports. So just for folks to kind of have an idea of what's to come and what is the expectation as a district, where are we trying to get to?
Thank you for that question. So I do want to share that our literacy coaches aren't the only piece of the puzzle. There is a literacy plan. There's all of these things that are moving parts and pieces, with the literacy coaches being a very instrumental piece, but not like the weight of the world is not on them. There is a plan around what we do for tier 1, what tier 2 will look like, tier 3, all of those pieces. And I think Ms. Barkeen.
Yeah, what I would love to have is Ms. Torres come up to actually talk to us about what we're doing related to literacy and the integration, right, between our literacy coaches and what our elementary team is doing, and actually our preschool team, and some of the great work that we've done around that. And then possibly have Dr. Alvarado come up and share what our focus areas are within the realm of English learners and talk to us specifically about ELD.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. And so you touched on a couple of things that I was hoping to surface if that question did come up. And much of these components that you mentioned will be built out in this literacy plan that's in its envisioning stages currently. Just earlier this morning, the teaching and learning leadership team was meeting to begin engaging in listening sessions to gain an understanding of what all of the audiences that we serve in our school district see as part of this literacy plan. But within that plan will be a very clear and detailed outline of what we expect to see in a classroom as it relates to foundational literacy instruction, just a balanced literacy approach. And so that would be detailed. It would almost be like a blueprint for instruction. The literacy coaches are part of our capacity building effort, but that too would be built into this plan and outlining, because if an expectation is put in place, then we have a responsibility to meet that expectation with professional learning, with the tools. And so that's the third piece you talked about, which were the intervention tools. That will be formalized within this plan, but that doesn't mean that there aren't tools already available to our sites. It just varies. So right now there's a lot of variance in our school district. And what we're looking to do is, once we've stated, similar to what we're doing now, once we are clear about what it is we're trying to get after, we outline how we're going to do that. We provide the resources and the tools, and those would also then become outlined. But there are resources available to students, and things such as instructional tools such as SIPs, or there's so many different versions. I think what we're hoping to do is ensure, what we're aiming to do, not hoping to do, but aiming to do, is to really call out the ones that we know are going to give us a return on our investment and help us see the outcomes that we're looking to achieve, and then include those as some of the recommendations that our staff can lean on if and when intervention is required by a child. Do you want to address the EL piece?
Good evening. There are a few things that we're doing to target our second priority around accelerating English learner progress. One of the things that I'd like to highlight tonight is just work around our master schedule, and making sure that our master schedules for the 26-27 school year include not only integrated ELD, where we see language skills being built across all content areas, but specifically around designated ELD. We've done a really good job of providing newcomer support to our students, and now it's expanding that to ensure that we're providing a designated time and a specific targeted time to our English learners through a designated ELD time. So some of the things that we've done around that is just to provide some professional learning to our site administrators around the differences between integrated ELD and designated ELD. We've also conducted, especially at the secondary level, conducted workshops around looking at our master schedules and identify areas where we can include designated ELD, so that our English learner students are receiving the language support that they require, but not losing out on an elective or another enrichment course. And so we continue to support our site administrators around the development of their master schedules. You also mentioned Tier 2 support, and so we are in our second year of implementing Summit K-12. This is a program that helps support students, English learners, where they are. And so this isn't something that all of our students receive, because some of them are on course and making targeted growth towards reclassification, but this is for a specific group of students that maybe are sustaining a level of language acquisition that we want to improve, or perhaps they're regressing in a level. And so providing this individualized support is the way that we're addressing the Tier 2 support for English learners.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the way that you're also doing this work. I've heard from your teams and staff in our meetings that, they're really trying to also be mindful of the tools that people are already using as they're working with folks to look at, is this really working for us? And moving together more as a district. So for the staff who are listening who might, be a little nervous as well, I'm glad to hear that, that thoughtfulness is going into it as well. Okay. Okay. We also have Ms. Lebsack.
Yeah, I have two questions. One is for the staff about the literacy coaches, but another question I would like to ask to Mr. Bustos about this CTE, because it was something he brought up at our last board meeting, and I wanted some clarification. So with the literacy coaches, are these literacy coaches going to be hired from within? Are they experienced master teachers who have proven results of improving student literacy? Are they like mentors to our teachers? That was my question.
Good evening. These actually will be our staff from within. So we just flew that position today, and it's flown for in-house only.
Okay, and these teachers are going to be considered, we're going to look at, you know, they're experienced and they're teachers who have shown and proven that they have themselves increased literacy over the years for their students, correct?
So yes, we'll conduct a whole series of interviews, and there'll be a prompt that they will have to present to, and then we will screen the candidates. So looking at experience.
Okay, great. And then, yeah, I just wanted to ask Mr. Bustos, I know that in our last board meeting, when we were comparing the A through G requirements for Middle College and Valley High School, because this does relate to our goal of, you know, career pathways. And I know you mentioned a disappointment that Middle College, that Valley was so low in comparison with Middle College. And I mean, the way I see it, and maybe we can have a little discussion about it, Mr. Bustos, is that first of all, like if we're going to really emphasize, you know, certifications, make, you know, whatever the choice students are making for themselves, some students know they don't want to do a four-year college, or maybe they're going to get a certification in something like automotive or culinary or whatever it might be, and then later decide to go to four-year college by going to community college and then to a four-year college. But I don't see why we have to push the A through G. I mean, Valley is more a CTE. They have an emphasis there, where Middle College, those are students, my understanding is that they really know that they want to go to a four-year college. So I think that's clear why there would be such a discrepancy between those two high schools. So, I mean, I don't understand why we have to force A through G on students that are choosing a vocational track. Does that make sense? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I heard you. I was trying to unmute here. Yeah, I totally hear you. I think the intention behind my comments during the last meeting wasn't to push all of our students to go to a community college or a four-year university. My comments have always been rooted in making sure that our students, when they graduate from high school, have options. That is the core and has always been the core of my message. Our students should have options to decide if they go into the trades. Hey, after the trades, maybe they decide that's not for them. But guess what? Because as a school district, we prepared them academically, they still have the option to go to a four-year university. And so that has and will continue to be my priority as a board member, is that our students and their families can make decisions about their future. But we as a district have the responsibility to ensure that our students are prepared not only to graduate from high school, but have all of the options presented to them in the same ways that school districts in other parts of this county do, right? And so I'm not gonna sit here and push students to go into one direction or another, but I am gonna sit here and say that as a school district, it is our job to make sure that our students are prepared. Because by preparing them and making sure that, again, they have those options, we can ensure that their route and their pathways into the future are easier. we can ensure that they have opportunities to make, we can make sure that they have better paying jobs so that they can sustain their lives and the lives of their family members. And so I'm always going to be supportive of our educators and of our mission as a district to educate our students. But of course, I'm just as equally supportive of the pathways and the work that we're doing to prepare our students for the workforce as well.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we're not miscommunicating to our community and to students that if they don't hit the A through G requirements, that they are permanently disqualified from attending a four-year college, because that's just not true. They can go to the community college four-year college path also. So it's not like they're being stifled.
Dr. Perez, can I ask you or your team to speak to them, if you have any reflection on that for our community? Because I know when we're thinking about equity and A through G, just making sure that our students have access to A through G courses and all that, you know, the opportunities and choices, to Mr. Bustos' point. Can you speak to that? Because my understanding that is a district priority.
Yeah, it is why we specifically called out the college and career readiness, because there are particular ways in which you are identified as being college and career ready. It does involve, you know, dual enrollment, CTE pathways, A through G. All of that is actually encompassed in that goal. But in particular, there is, I mean, we want to have our CTE pathways, coursework. Actually, that is the goal, that they are A through G approved. We don't want to have all of our CTE courses actually only be the elective, approved for the elective part of A through G, the G. So that is, I mean, we want to build courses so that they are actually recognized. You're going to take me to a different place of the dream state, but like, and I've said this to our board members individually before, and to our staff and our team, you know, just that ideal state is that when you're in a CTE pathway, that your content area teachers and experts are actually coming at the learning from the lens of the pathway. So for example, let's take Valley. And let's take their medical pathway. That the folks who are serving those students, the math teacher, the science teacher, the social science, English, that they are all approaching this from the lens that is not just their content area, but the pathway area. So weaving in the science into the medical pathway, weaving your social science into that medical pathway, so that I know this to be true, that when courses are built that way, they actually meet the A through G, all the various content area pieces, they actually meet them, so that our students are, again, having the advantage in SAUSD of completing a pathway and also coming out of that A through G eligible.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. And I know this is actually something we recently met with some of our partners and had a discussion on, as far as the Carpenters Union, for example. So our students at Century, or our students who are in our pathway at Century, looking at how we can have those courses themselves be COPS approved, but then also, you know, we got into discussions around their math class. And working together on those kinds of, as you said, dream state situations. So thank you for that clarification. And I know for the sake of time, we do have some of our families here, so I'll pass it back to you, Dr. Perez, if we want to kind of jump to that portion.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for the board's, you know, allowance for me to take us in a little bit different direction, but I'm going to weave all these things back together, and I want to make sure that I convey this to our community. We do have parents here tonight who I mentioned earlier have been a really very, very important part of just how we got to where we are with our board priorities, graduate profile, our mission, vision, values. And I want to honor their time, and I know we have our young students also with us. So, board, if you will allow for me to move past the next couple of board priorities, I also want to honor the conversation that the board is having. This is much needed and great for us. But I'm going to skip past wellness, family, community engagement, and the organizational efficiency effectiveness will come back so that the board could have that dialogue. But I want to ask for us to jump to slide 11, where we're actually talking about all this work is really, again, and I talked a little bit about this in the beginning, we're not starting from scratch. There's been so much groundwork laid, but this is the piece that our parents will help share some context, and I felt it's so important for our board to hear from our parents. We also had students who were involved in this. Unfortunately, I'm going to tell this story because it's kind of funny and tell you the caliber of students that are part of this process. So students who were involved in the mission, vision, values work, many were seniors, and they're now at their universities or have moved on to their next step in life. There were a couple of students who were juniors and sophomores actually too. And one of the students we reached out to and asked for them to be here, but they had a prior engagement, and that prior engagement was that they were going to be at a political fundraiser. And so this tells you the caliber of students that are, involved and were part of this. And so I thought it was really neat because they were like, so sorry, I have a prior engagement. I'm, with my family at this thing, right? So I just thought I'd share because I think that's pretty cool that our kids are, and families are involved in that way. So our student wasn't able to be with us tonight. I imagine that we'll have an opportunity to hear from that student at some point because they are very active in our community and we're very proud of them. And so I will share that, again, starting with that strong foundation, this did not happen overnight. This didn't happen in the moment that, Lorraine Perez became the superintendent. So much work was happening, from this team, and from our, superintendent, Jerry Almendarez, who was before me, allowing us to do the work to lay the groundwork so that the things that we're doing today are possible. And so there was work around mission, work around our vision and our values. And so, I want our families to, and parents to be able to share their involvement there. And so some of the things that we had in place are, like I said, the mission, vision, values, which we're excited to share with the board tonight, our graduate profile, which you are all very familiar with, the learning model, which you might not be as familiar with. We want for the board to understand the approach that we're taking on large scale to learning, and then our strategic outcomes draft. We will share all of those pieces with you, but I want to get into, thank you, really the framework for the future and what this lays out for us. It really does help us answer the questions about what kind of district are we building? Again, what are the values that we're building these things off of, and what kind of learners are we developing, which gets called out in our graduate profile very clearly. What should learning look like? That comes to you in our learning model. What strategic outcomes are already emerging are things that we're sharing with you constantly. And so I will say very excited. This is the first time that this is being shared in public, and the first time that we're bringing this before our board. And this work took place a little while ago, but we had transitions and we were having different things happen towards the end of the year last year, and we want to honor the work that was done here. So the mission, the vision, the values that are before you have the fingerprints, have the really the words and the thoughts and ideas of so many people. And so I am going to read them for you because the words were intentional. So the vision is forging communities of compassionate learners, innovators, and leaders for a bright future. And that word forging actually was a conversation. And our students' involvement, you'll see some video of that shortly as well. They really felt very strongly about the language that they were putting forth. And there was a lot of dialogue, and our kids showed up, and they really took the lead around what they wanted our vision to be as a district and to really represent them. And the mission, our community empowers learners through authentic relationships and relevant educational experiences for the dreams they pursue in a global society. And values, our values collaboration, perseverance, engagement, empathy, and inclusive equity. And so with that, I am going to cue up this video, and immediately following the video is when I will ask that our parents come up and share from their own words their experience in this process.
Being part of this process has been very empowering. As a school leader, there's a lot to take on, but we don't truly know or understand who's involved beyond our students. This process involved parents, it involves district staff, it involved our students. And it showed me that it's this collective effort is how we're going to be able to take our students and our district ultimately to the future to make sure that we meet those challenges that await us. There's so many great things that go on in our district that go unnoticed, and I think this process and this work will highlight that. This is going to define for our community, our county, and for our state just how prepared our students will be in Santa Ana. It gives me a great joy to be able to be part of this, but also I'm excited to see what our students and our community will be able to do with these values and things that we develop in the framework. I think this speaks to the inclusion that our district and our community strives for. It wasn't just about our student or educational leaders, it was about the community, it was about the parents, it was about our district personnel. It was about our students being able to voice their thoughts, their perspective as to how we should go about helping our students prepare for the future. And it's through this collective effort that I think we're going to be able to achieve it, because individually, the challenges are too great. And I think that's what's beautiful about our district and our city, is that when times get tough or we're faced with a challenge, we do come together. And I think this process and this work really exemplifies that, so I'm proud of it.
I'm most excited for the Framework of the Future and seeing how it shapes up our communities. A lot of what we wrote about was about communal integration. It was about being an ethical leader and having compassion. So I'm excited to see how our communities will be forged and how overall it will help the city and its district. In creating compassionate innovators, compassionate leaders, we'll have more cohesive groups, and even more so as individuals, they'll be able to orient themselves and to overall guide themselves throughout life. The experience overall was a lot of fun. There's a reason I keep coming back. And I'd say that I've been given an amazing opportunity to talk to a lot of different people. I gained a lot of different perspectives, and I got to be part of a really amazing experience.
Me siento muy contenta, me siento muy emotiva por tener la oportunidad de participar aquí en este distrito escolar, representando a las voces de los demás. Es importante oír las voces de los padres, porque los padres somos los que tenemos a nuestros hijos, queriendo que ellos tengan un futuro mejor, estando bien en su propia escuela, y que los profesores, el distrito escolar les den las herramientas necesarias para que ellos tengan un éxito al futuro. Lo que yo miro en este proceso que ahorita están poniendo a la mesa y están estudiando y es de que tienen la oportunidad de nuestros hijos de tener mejores planteles, mejores profesores, mejor distrito escolar, mejores herramientas para que ellos tengan un futuro exitoso y sean buenos ciudadanos y buenos estudiantes.
My experience here has been really eye-opening. I feel listened to, and I feel that all my questions and concerns about being a student at SAUSD have been listened to. I think it is really important for the district to listen to students, because this is our educational journey and we need to feel supported and encouraged by our own district. I think that this framework will better encourage students outside of academics. It is important to prepare them through their academic journey, but also through their personal lives and their personal journeys outside of school and post-graduation. I think it will make more complete and well-rounded students.
Being part of this process has been very empowering.
Oops, thought that was me. Thank you so much. And with that, I do want to invite up, in whatever order they prefer, Ms. Maribel Texta and Ms. Maria de Los Angeles Diaz. Gracias.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María de los Ángeles Díaz y hoy vengo a compartir con ustedes mi experiencia de la participación en la elaboración de la misión, visión y valores del Distrito de Santa Ana. Fue un placer para mí poder participar y colaborar en conjunto con el personal del Distrito de Santa Ana, conjuntamente con padres de familia y estudiantes. Soy madre de un estudiante de la escuela Godínez Fundamental High School y tengo el privilegio de retribuir a mi comunidad participando en las escuelas, siendo líder de la FLACA y en otros comités comunitarios. Durante mi participación en la misión, visión y valores, tuve el honor de trabajar con estudiantes y personal del Distrito de Santa Ana y otros padres de familia maravillosos para crear algo que guiará a nuestro distrito en el futuro. Fue muy grato escuchar de los estudiantes sus perspectivas de ellos, cómo se visualizan, lo que ellos sienten y quieren tener en el futuro, viéndose como arquitectos de aprendizaje, líderes éticos, comunitarios y colaborativos, innovadores, comunicadores y eruditos preparados para el mundo, teniendo todos los elementos que debe tener el perfil del graduado. Un punto muy importante para mí fue entender que nuestros valores nos identifican quiénes somos como comunidad y como unidad. Esto nos ayudará a mantenernos alineados y avanzar con más fuerza. También considero que el establecer la misión, visión y valores es sumamente importante, especialmente por la manera en que se creó, reuniendo a nuestra comunidad para asegurar que todas las voces fueran escuchadas. Estamos avanzando en la dirección correcta. Y eso es gracias a todos ustedes. Gracias al Distrito de Santa Ana por permitirnos colaborar en la elaboración de la misión, visión y valores, y su interés en que los estudiantes tengan un mejor desarrollo académico, teniendo las características del perfil del graduado y brindándole las herramientas necesarias que le permitan enfrentarse a un mundo real cada vez más exigente y estar preparados para que tengan un mejor éxito en el futuro. Gracias por escuchar y valorar nuestras voces y que nuestras voces son lo más importante. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria de los Ángeles Diaz. Today I come to share with you my experience participating in the mission, vision, and values of the Santa Ana Unified School District. It was a pleasure for me to participate and collaborate together with the staff of the Santa Ana Unified School District, parents, and students. I am the mother of a high school student at Godínez Fundamental and have the privilege of giving back to my community by participating at school sites, serving as a leader in FLACA and in other community committees. During my participation in the mission, vision, and values, I had the honor of working with students, staff, and other wonderful parents to create something that will guide our district into the future. It was very rewarding to hear from students their perspectives on how they see themselves, what they feel, and what they want for their future, seeing themselves as architects of learning, ethical, community, and collaborative leaders, innovators, and communicators, and scholars prepared for the world, having all the elements a graduate profile should have. A very important point for me was understanding that our values identify who we are as a community in unity. This will help us stay aligned and move forward with greater strength. I also believe that establishing the mission, vision, and values is extremely important, especially because of how it was created, bringing our community together to ensure that all voices were heard. We are moving in the right direction, and that is thanks to all of you. Thank you to the Santa Ana Unified School District for allowing us to collaborate in the mission, vision, and values, and for your commitment to ensuring that students have stronger academic development with the characteristics of the graduate profile, and by providing them with the necessary tools to face an increasingly demanding real world and be prepared for a more successful future. Thank you for listening to and valuing all of our voices. Thank you, and that is the most important thing. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Maribel Texta, soy madre de estudiantes en la Escuela Godínez Fundamental y Guzmán Elementary. Tengo el orgullo de decir que soy líder en diferentes grupos de comités en el distrito como FLACA, DAC, DILAC y en las escuelas también. Mi experiencia en es parte de todas estas iniciativas, han sido inspiradoras y gratificantes. Formé parte del perfil del graduado y me entusiasmó saber que tenemos un marco para el futuro, prioridades, un enfoque en la alfabetización para el éxito a largo plazo, el avance, el aprendizaje en los aprendices del inglés, el camino al éxito, preparación para la universidad y carreras profesionales. También formé parte de la misión, visión y valores y comprendo que los valores son importantes en la formación y la educación de nuestros estudiantes y que el compromiso, la unión, el trabajo en equipo y la empatía y el respeto mutuo lograrán conectar, entender mejor las necesidades de nuestras comunidades educativas, porque el entendimiento humano va más allá de un idioma, ya que podemos adquirirlos a través de la experiencia y el razonamiento. Durante años hemos venido trabajando arduamente, preparando caminos hacia el éxito para la universidad y carreras profesionales, alineadas al perfil del graduado y misión, visión y valores, así como también el codiseño del Plan de South. Quiero agradecer a todas las personas que han colaborado en este plan, porque el trabajo en equipo y la conexión e intercambio de ideas fue lo que complementó a la misión, visión y valores, ya que se integró y valoró la opinión de los estudiantes, directivos, maestros, padres líderes comunitarios, socios comunitarios, que colaboraron y conectaron de manera extraordinaria. Y durante mi participación aprendí que no podemos juzgar a los seres humanos por su raza, por su color, por su discapacidad o por su identidad. Cada persona durante su desarrollo de vida experimenta cambios en el estado físico, mental y emocional que nos hacen competentes ante la vida diaria. Nuevamente, agradezco a todos los que colaboraron en este plan y continúan aún trabajando en él. Gracias por las prioridades que abrirán caminos hacia distintas plataformas laborales y exitosas para nuestros jóvenes. Recordemos que la misión nos proyecta al presente, la visión nos proyecta al futuro y que los valores nos fortalecen ante la sociedad. Y por último, quiero transmitir mi gratitud a todas las personas y a todos los miembros de la mesa directiva, a la superintendenta, la doctora Lorraine Pérez, muchísimas gracias. También a nuestra directora de FACE, la señora Lisa Salomón, al departamento de FACE que colaboraron junto a ella, a Bianca Marquín, muchísimas gracias por este plan tan maravilloso. Y sin olvidar también que dedicó su tiempo y dedicación al señor Jerry Mendares. También agradecemos que hayan colaborado junto con ustedes en un arduo y muy buen trabajo que se hizo en equipo. Pienso que este trabajo con amor, bondad y respeto preparará los caminos hacia un futuro exitoso para nuestros estudiantes. Muchísimas gracias a todos y estoy viendo el día de hoy veo los cambios y estoy viendo cambios en nuestros planteles escolares. Muchísimas gracias a todos y que Dios les bendiga a todos y gracias por traer esto a nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Good evening to all. My name is Maribel Texta. I'm a mother of students at Godinez Fundamental High School and Guzman Elementary School. And I'm proud to say that I am a leader in different groups and committees in the district, such as FLACA, DAC, DLAC, and at school sites. My experience being part of all these initiatives has been inspiring and rewarding. I was part of the graduate profile, and I was excited to know that we have a framework for the future, with priorities and a focus on literacy for long-term success and the advancement of learning for English learners, pathways to success, and college and career readiness. I was also part of the mission, vision, and values, and I understand that values are important in the formation and education of our students, and that commitment, unity, teamwork, empathy, and mutual respect help us connect and better understand the needs of our educational communities, because human understanding goes beyond language, as it can be developed through experience and reasoning. For years, there has been hard work preparing pathways towards success for college and professional careers aligned with the graduate profile and the mission, vision, and values, as well as the co-design of the SAUSD plan. I want to thank all the people who collaborated on this plan, because teamwork, connection, and the exchange of ideas were what strengthened the mission, vision, and values, and the opinions of students, administrators, teachers, parents, community leaders, and community partners were integrated and valued, collaborating and connecting in an extraordinary way. During my participation, I learned that we cannot judge human beings by their race, color, disability, or identity. Each person throughout their life experiences changes in their physical, mental, and emotional state that makes us capable of facing daily life. Once again, I thank everyone who collaborated on this plan and who continue working on it. Thank you for the priorities that will open pathways toward different successful career opportunities for our youth. Let us remember that the mission guides us in the present, the vision projects us into the future, and the values strengthen us within society. Lastly, I want to express my gratitude to the entire SAUSD board, and especially to Superintendent Dr. Lorraine Perez, our FACE Director, Ms. Lisa Solomon, and the entire FACE department who work alongside of her, Bianca Marcus, who gave us this, Bianca Marquin, who gave us this plan, this wonderful plan, and our parent leaders, administrators, teachers, and community partners, as well as the participation of former Superintendent Jerry Almendares for collaborating in this teamwork. Thank you for continuing this work with love, kindness, and respect, preparing pathways toward a successful future for our students. And today I see these changes in our school sites. Thank you, God bless you all, and thank you for bringing this to our community.
I don't know if the board has comments around this. I don't want to.
Yes, I see my colleagues jumping on the list. And before we get started, I just want to thank both Mrs. Texta and Mrs. Diaz. Muchísimas gracias a ambos por todo lo que invierten para asegurar que el futuro de nuestro distrito esté arraigado en los valores de nuestra comunidad y que las oportunidades para nuestros estudiantes sigan creciendo de manera muy intencional y que siempre aseguran que las voces de nuestros papás, estudiantes y familias está bien integrada en todo lo que hicimos en nuestro distrito de Santa Ana. So, muchas gracias por todo lo que haces y por su tiempo hoy participando en la Junta del Distrito. Y creo que eso es una una junta de muchos más en que quiero mirar el voz de nuestros papás incluido en la junta. Es algo muy poderosa actualmente. Es una de las primeras que durante mi tiempo aquí en la mesa que yo miro el voz de los papás incluido en la agenda. So, estoy aprendiendo mucho por parte del trabajo que están haciendo y presentando hoy. Gracias por compartir una nueva manera que podemos pensar en cómo navegamos nuestras juntas también. So, muchas gracias y ahorita voy a abrir la conversación a nuestra mesa o mis colegas. So I'll go ahead and open the I'll go ahead and continue the meeting in Spanish and vamos a hablar bilingüe. So I will go ahead and pass it over to Ms. Magdaleno.
Otra vez, gracias. Gracias por venir y por ayudarnos y apoyar al distrito por todo lo que hacen, de verdad. Y esta pregunta, so this question's for Dr. Perez. I see that the vision, mission, and values on page 13 that we were talking about does not reflect what we currently have on our board agenda. So it was never adopted, is that correct?
That is correct. This is the first time that it's actually coming before the board for presentation and conversation and if it works out that way and you guys give us the go ahead, then this is what will be reflected as we move forward.
So really quick, just a little context. So when was our last mission? I don't know if you have that answer for me.
I have no idea.
Values. Okay, so when was this video created?
2024,
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Not too far out. Yeah, I'm reading our current mission, and it really doesn't reflect our current values. So I appreciate you bringing this forward today, and I'm rereading it and reading it all over again, and just hearing our parents here today. I really do think that this does reflect where we currently are as a district. I'm not sure what you need from us, consensus as a board to bring this forward, but can you also provide a little more context as to how this came to be? I heard you say that there was a couple of sessions, parents were involved. I saw a lot of our staff in there, community members, our students. But what was the halt? Why did we stop? Why was this never implemented? And why were we thinking about changing it in the first place?
Great questions, all of them. So there's a lot of history, and I actually feel like I need to move to a different presentation to share all that with you, but I'll give the high-level view. We started in 2020 with the graduate profile. We brought close to 100 people together really to think about what is the future of the student in Santa Ana Unified look like, what do we want them to carry on beyond their time with us. And that actually took us about 9 months that we were working, and families, parents were involved. There was a lot of learning that happened, a lot. And I will say Lisa Solomon's team did a phenomenal job taking all of this very high level, and I'm going to be acknowledge this. What our parents went through was actually a doctorate level course. Like, people actually complete their doctorate going through the courses that our families, our parents went through in order to get to our graduate profile. So I want to acknowledge that, because our parents and those sitting here and many others were so committed, and Lisa's team broke this down and made it accessible. We had language support in every single meeting, and it was a big lift. This is how we got the graduate profile. There's a long history, and it's why I feel so committed that we don't just change, and like you talked about, the stability, change course because there's a new superintendent. Those are the things that we were laying foundation for, so that we can be here today and be talking explicitly about literacy and all of those things. So we went through the graduate profile, and we looked at our mission and vision, and we're like, yeah, this doesn't match what we're doing with the graduate profile, this no longer works for us. So then we brought another group together, and you heard our parents talk about some, being involved in both aspects of this. And the intention was always to bring it before the board. And I don't know all the details, but at some point, there was a concern about the level of involvement, and were we pleased with what that looked like at this point? I will tell you from staff's view, we really tried to harness and move with the vision of the board, and what we know are the values of the board in having student voice and having families be involved in this. We really did feel like we captured that. And I'm not sure where the miscommunication or lack of communication came into play, but at some point there was a halting, and you used the right word, there was a halting to this process. And to be honest, it's 2024, I'm pretty sure. So that was a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. As I interact with our parents and students, we as a team really felt like this was important. Like we needed to honor the work, we needed to honor the commitment and the voice, and bring this back to the board. So all the time that went in between, in our minds, we always had intention to deliver and still, bring this to the board. So yeah, that's the best answer that I can give at this point, Ms. Magdaleno.
Thank you. So my question is now, what do you need from us in order to move this forward?
So, consensus that you feel good about this. I think we might, to formally do this, we'll probably need to bring this back as an action item on an agenda. But hearing consensus will allow us to even take that action and do that.
Sounds good. And another thing that I would add to that, if this gets approved in our future agenda item, I want it to be added to our district website. For the life of me, I could not find it. I could not find our vision, mission, and values on our district website. So if someone can fix that, that would be great. I think our community deserves an easy way to find them whenever they're looking for it.
Thank you. There has been a request, and we should do this, is to actually do the translations for all of the pieces that took place in Spanish. Cesar, are we? Yes.
I can try to do it live, right? So thank you for the request. I did think about it, but I wasn't sure what would be helpful. So I shared a message of thanks, so I have it, and then I added to it. So I said, Mrs. Texta and Mrs. Diaz, thank you both for all that you do to invest into making sure the future of our district is grounded in our community values, and that opportunities for our students continue to grow in such intentional ways. And that thank you for all that you do to ensure that parent voice, student voice, family and community voice is central to everything that we do in our district. And I also shared that it was very impactful for me as a board member to have parents here sharing during an agenda item. We have public comment, but having parent involvement in an agenda item and a presentation was very impactful, and that I also thank them for taking the time to do this, because it's made me rethink how we can be creative, and I'll follow up with our superintendent to look at how we can find more opportunities to engage our parents, student, community voice in in staff in our board agenda items. So it's really just a message of gratitude as we opened up the discussion. So thank you, and thank you for asking for the interpretation.
Did you also want me to translate my part? It was just short and sweet. Just thank you to our amazing parents who go above and beyond to be a part of our district, and all the work that they're doing for the benefit of our students. So thank you. And since I have the mic, I do want to give a quick shout out to our amazing executive director of Family and Community Engagement, Director Lisa Solomon for all the work that she does. So just thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bustos?
Well, I'll just keep my comments short here, and I'll say my part in Spanish. Primero que nada, les quiero dar las gracias por formar parte en este proceso, por su energía, por su tiempo y por su amor que tienen en este distrito. De todo corazón, les doy las gracias porque yo sé que esto es algo que para mí es una prioridad en asegurar que las voces de nuestros padres, madres, familiares sean parte de las decisiones que hacemos nosotros como miembros de la mesa directiva. So, una vez más, muchas gracias. So I just wanted to, thank our parents for, forming part in this process, for their time, their energy, for their love for their district, and just highlighting the importance of making sure that parent voice is a central part of the work that we do as a board and the decisions that we make. And so just wanted to share that message of gratitude. And of course, I'm supportive of being able to move forward with this process and really adopting these mission, vision, and values that our educators, our family members, our students, and our staff have worked so hard on and have dedicated their time and energies to. So I want to thank them, everybody who was involved in those processes, because it's important for our community to be involved from the very beginning. When I heard that there was conversation and there was movement on this, my expectation had always been that it went to our community first and then that it made its way to the board and not the other way around, because the people that are going to be most impacted, the people that are dealing and navigating our system on a day-to-day basis is our community, is our students, is our parents, our educators. So it was important that they played a central role and voice in this process. So just again, thank you and lots of gratitude for all of your time and energy.
And we have Ms. Lebsack.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great hearing those speeches from the parents, from Godinez. I also was, when we heard the video from the student that said, she felt listened to, I just find it interesting because, I think our actions speak louder than words. And when we had our student board members very articulately communicate their wishes regarding that they did not want to be compensated for being student board members, and they gave very articulate reasons for that. And yet our board members, all the board members here, didn't listen to our student board members. In fact, they voted the opposite of what they asked. And so I do think that we need to look at actions, not just our words. I also think that, I got a call today from a parent at Segerstrom, and we had some public comments at our last board meeting talking about, that's fine to represent your views with a flag, but please include us. If we're going to have inclusion as part of our goal, then inclusion needs to go all the way around. It can't just be for one particular group and their viewpoints. It seems to me that this current board listens to students and parents only if their views align with theirs. Otherwise, they're excluded. And we're seeing that. I got another call from a parent whose fourth grade boy was teased, bullied harshly because of his religious views, because of his political views. And this is an elementary student, to the point of saying, we're going to Charlie Kirk you. And that is not a safe place. That's very concerning. And my question is, are we truly creating a safe place in our schools if we are saying that we're inclusive with our words, but with our actions being very exclusive?
Okay. I don't see any other folks on the speakers list, so I'll go ahead and share. I'm really, really excited, especially after tonight, after hearing from our parents, who also, have brought some of our students or their children with them. So I want to thank them for being here and just acknowledge how exciting that is as a family to be here. And also, I know we have some guests visiting, some family members of the families who shared visiting all the way from Guerrero, Mexico. So thank you for being here, and what a neat thing to participate in on your time here with your family. So thank you. This is really feeling very special because this has been, in the works for a few years now. And Ms. Magdaleno, I agree. I've tried to find our current vision, mission, and statements on the website. And what I did find was, very kind of like direct to the work, but what our community has come up with here and presented to us feels very much more community driven, and just you can really feel the sentiment behind it, and getting to hear the work that went into developing this as a community, I think is really what's important here. And to kind of echo our superintendent and some of my colleagues here, I do believe that this really reflects our values as a board around engaging our community and community voice being central. So our parents, our students, our staff, being central to what we do and when we make decisions, and just honoring our community and who we are and what we want to represent. And so to see that the process was so authentic and developed with everyone together from all different educational partners coming together is really powerful. So I just want to thank the team for creating the space for this, and I'm excited to support it. I don't think that, as I reviewed it with the superintendent and the final, what was going to be presented, I couldn't see a need or even think of, presenting something different. Really, it's about what our community wants to see from our district, and they presented it in a very cohesive way. So thank you for the work that was done behind this. And thank you again to our families for your time over the last few years in developing this. And I'm so glad you were able to be here to present to our team. So thank you. Yeah. We can give our families a round of applause, yes. And our staff, thank you. And with that, Dr. Perez, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm having a cognitive disconnect here. I have the presentation in front of me, and I'm on the right slide, so I was just going to start talking, but I'm not on the right slide up here, so I apologize. All right. Okay, so I'm going to bring us back to our board priorities and allow for the board to continue to have the engagement around wellness, and then we'll get into family and community engagement.
And Dr. Perez, sorry to interrupt. I do see Brenda had her hand raised. I know we had just moved on, so I just want to see Brenda or Ms. Lebsack, sorry. Did you want to make another comment to that last piece, or are we good to move on?
No, go ahead and move on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as we think about wellness and this board priority, again, thinking about safe, inclusive, and supportive schools, and again, just reminding everyone, this is me hearing from our board, doing my best to capture, but really looking for that dialogue, and for you all to, help provide guidance around what this looks like for us and what we really get after and spend our time doing. So broken down, the proposed priority areas within wellness are safe, inclusive, and supportive schools, and we give a little bit about what that means, really ensuring every student experiences schools as safe, welcoming, and culturally affirming places to learn. The second piece being whole child and whole family well-being, strengthening the systems that support mental health, belonging, restorative practices, and continuity of learning. And as I spoke with each of you, And hearing from you, I was just, jotting all of this down and really, not really theming them at the time, but then having the team, work to help me do that. And so this is where we landed. And the last proposed priority area there is culturally responsive care and access, ensuring students and families experience culturally relevant and culturally responsive environments, access to needed supports, seeing themselves reflected in the learning through inclusive practices, ethnic studies, and coordinated systems of care is where we landed and what I believe that I heard from all of you. And so some things that I also want us to take into consideration and consider, thank you, that you may want to elevate or, speak to more in depth around the mental health pieces, restorative practices. I have heard this be said by our board in multiple open board meetings, the belonging in school climate, our immigrant support plans and continuity of learning, culturally relevant and culturally responsive practices, and really want to just open for our board to be in dialogue with one another around this.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. We'll open it up to the speakers list if folks want to jump on the list. Okay. Ms. Lebsack? Let me see if I can unmute her.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute.
Okay.
Yeah, about wellness, I just have a concern that I've been looking at some of the memos that have been handed out or sent out, one March 31st, and it was interpreting, I know there's been a lot of laws that have been passing, a lot of Supreme Court rulings, the three really big ones, and the way that our district is interpreting these Supreme Court rulings, I don't think are accurate. And I have brought that up and I've asked that, we send out a correction or get legal counsel's view on this. I don't know if we are looking into legal counsel before we send these memos out or before we train all the staff in the district. But let me tell you what was told to our staff. And you all know that, but I think our community needs to know these inside memos, basically saying that even though a Supreme Court ruling said that, no, we cannot lie to parents, we cannot deceive parents when a child wants to change their gender, name, or pronouns. But yet the way we interpreted it as a district is that we can still, if a child wants to change their gender, name, or pronouns, regardless of the age of the child, they can still do that. And we need to honor that. And the only way we should ever tell a parent is if they explicitly ask. Okay, so I do not agree with that. It's not what is even on the California Department of Ed website. The California Department of Ed website says that regarding this decision, and it's under the PRISM one which I sent to you, Dr. Perez, it says parents and guardians have a federal constitutional right to be informed if their public school student child expresses gender incongruence. Teachers and school staff have a federal constitutional right to accurately inform the parent or guardian of their student when the student expresses gender incongruence. These federal constitutional rights are superior to any state or local laws, state or local regulations, or state and local policies to the contrary. And that's part of the CDE. So I don't know why we're sending out memos to our staff and training our staff in information that is the opposite of this. And I guess that is my question and that is my concern.
So, Ms. Lebsack, I will have our team share a little bit about the process that we go through as we're vetting and preparing any of presentations or memos that we have put out. And I know you have communicated these things with me in multiple, emails that we've gone back and forth, or that you've sent to me, and that I've been working with the team to verify, clarify anything that we need to What I will say is that we are not going to go against any federal or ruling that supersedes things that we might have been doing before. You are 100% correct that things have been very fluid and changing rapidly. I know that you actually do your best to keep me informed of those things by sending me messages, text messages and whatnot. I appreciate that because they are moving very quickly and, sometimes it's hard to make sense of. I will say that for myself. And so I know that we are working with legal counsel, but I will ask the team to share a little bit more about what that looks like.
Ms. Lepsak, we do actually work with legal counsel. I am going to have Dr. Alvarado come up to talk about the extensive process. Legal counsel that we actually work with works with a multitude of districts. It's not just ours. When we also need to, we seek additional counsel's advice, and we will look to other firms to make sure that the interpretation is the same. So we're looking at multiple avenues and multiple sources to kind of validate the moves that we are making in regards to this.
So, in addition to consulting and seeking legal guidance, we also participate in webinars or sessions that are offered through OCDE that also provide information to us. We also have a member who assists or who attends sessions that are provided through the California Department of Education. And so using the information that we received through OCDE, the California Department of Education, and guidance from our legal counsel, we will put together a memo. Once the memo is put together, the draft is reviewed by several members on the team. It is returned back to legal counsel for a second review, and then it is dispersed. So even with the initiation, when the initial memo went out to staff, there was a revision that was sent out to counselors because within that time, there was already a change or an update provided to us. And so as soon as updates are provided to us, we will send revisions out, particularly to the groups that it most affects, so that we are constantly making sure that the information that we're sharing to staff is accurate and is dependent on the information that we have on hand at the time.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, and thank you, Dr. Perez. We have Mr. Bustos.
Thank you. So I guess the first thing that I want to cover here in wellness relates to our restorative practices. And over the time that I've been on the board, I've heard educators come, and share public comment about a commitment that the district made years ago around professional development on for restorative justice and restorative practices, and ensuring that all of our administrators were receiving that professional development, making sure that that was then trickling down to our educators, and really understanding what restorative justice and what restorative practices looks like for us in Santa Ana Unified, right? Because it's going to look different everywhere, different school districts. And so for me, this continues to be a question that I pose and ask about where we are in being able to provide professional development to ensure that our administrators have the capacity to implement restorative practices in their respective school sites. But then also, what is our district-wide approach to ensuring that, restorative practices are within our systems, right? And not even just our students, even just the ways that we interact with our employees, right, in general. And so if you all can please speak to that, that'd be great.
So I'll quickly just share a little bit. I see Ms. Desjardins making her way up. I want to acknowledge that you made a comment about a commitment that the district made years ago I will tell you that that commitment actually even it predates me, which is not that long ago, but it predates me. And I know that there were conversations around restorative, starting with a certain group of folks, and then, being us building capacity so that we could do training for our educators. I will tell you that I have not seen that come to fruition. I've heard that there was a plan for that, and we were obviously in the middle of COVID when I got here, and then as we came out of COVID, lots of other things were, on the front burner, I will say. But that piece around our educators actually getting access and capacity built is critical. Critical. I can't even underscore how critical it really is, because this is how we have the culture in our district look different, sound different, feel different. It's not going to be an administrator sitting with that knowledge, or some specialized person who might be able to come in onto a campus, or even a third-party person group that we might have a contract with do that. That's not going to change the culture on our campuses. This has to be really boots on the ground, grassroots folks who are interacting with our students every single day. And so I will say that I know that this is something that we have talked with this current team about, and Michelle will share more.
At one of our previous meetings, we had actually an approval for a restorative practices grant, and the grant funds were allocated to support Santa Ana High School, and other opportunities that we could expand in building capacity. I actually started working with Santa Ana High School regarding implementation at the end of this fall semester, and had an opportunity in January to sit in with their leadership team. And it's when, in conversations with them and listening to the work that they want to do, that the conversation that I had with our purchasing and contract department really began for us to explore an RFP process to really put in place what our vision is, and help build the capacity so that it's truly becomes part of our culture. There are components of restorative practices that exist, but it is not throughout. And there has not been training, as Dr. Perez had mentioned, for all of our staff. So it is something that I'm working with our contracts department.
And then can we address that piece, and when we take another step and also address restorative practices for our employees as well? What does that look like?
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you meant like in the future. I was like, sure. Yeah. So for our employees, you mean adult to adult?
Right.
Well, truly, I mean, that's where culture change happens. As people get trained in this, you don't just extend that to students. It changes your mindset. I mean, that's the best way that I could describe it. As you know better, you're going to do better. And so when people are, and I've seen this, I've experienced this in another district, having that full scale. But you're right, it has to be something RFP, because the size of our district, and to do this well, and to do this on the scale that we need to, it is going to require us to go that route. So back to that question around the adults, it is, and what I witness and see in places where it's working really well, this is how you run your meetings. This is how a staff meeting works, that they're really grounded and rooted in those tenets. This is not just something we do with and for students. This is, and that's why the culture change. This is how you come to operate. And so that's where the real change happens. And I know, like you said, we have pieces in various states and different places, but in my view and my opinion, we are going to have to do a reset around this, because I don't want to make any assumptions that, this school had this, 5, 10 years ago, whatever. when we implement anything, we need to have this expectation, and we need to ensure that we are setting people up for success. So in order to do that, that means, I'm going to say, great if you had the training however many years ago. I need you to do this again, like I need us to do this for the now. And things look different. Our context has changed. A lot of things have changed in our district. And so that is the only way that we can have that as expectation for culture change in our district.
Great. Thank you so much for addressing that. I think, again, this continues to be something that is of importance to me. And so I'm glad to hear that there is progress in looking at a potential RFP for this, because it is, again, something that I've continuously heard from community and, educators wanting this, right? Wanting to have this professional development so that they can, it's going to help them address also a lot of the behaviors that are happening in the classrooms and build their skill set there too. So, I mean, I can only imagine the impact it's going to have to our primary teachers, but all the way up until our secondary, right? So this is something that's exciting to me. The other thing that I want to share just for this cycle, and then I'll let my colleagues go ahead and share as well, is, and Dr. Alvarez touches on this point consistently, is making sure that our students' basic needs are being met, right? And what are we doing as a school district to ensure that? And I've said it time and time again, school districts are having to do more and more with less and less resources. But there are ways for us to be creative. There are ways for us to partner with organizations who are already out in the community doing the work. And it makes me think about the Rob Richardson Welcoming Center and the purpose of that space, right? From its inception, and what it was supposed to be to what it is now, right? And so I think that there are there's an opportunity there, and I know that the conversations have been have started around some of the work that we're hoping to bring there, and again, we're not doing it alone. It's in partnership with other folks. And so, can you speak to the piece about as a district, like what are we doing and what departments are actually focusing on helping us or helping students, or how are we helping students, or how are we meeting students' basic needs? And then also, what is the plan, the vision for the future about what we do and how we partner with organizations and how we're creative and responsive to the needs of our students and families?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'm going to start with the future and the vision for this and work my way backwards. So first and foremost, what I will say about our team and our staff and all the folks who make up SAUSD is that folks are here because of the heart that they have for our students and for our families, and so they want to do all the things. I get that, and I actually care about them so much. I want them to be able to focus on the thing that they're supposed to be doing. So really, the efforts to build partnerships is what our board knows, and our community doesn't, and many of our staff don't know, but our board definitely knows all the pavement that I'm pounding to create the partnerships so that it allows for our people to do the job that they, we want them to do and want to set them up to do successfully. We have to have partnerships. And so in order to meet the needs, and you said it, Mr. Bustos, that school districts are expected to do and be everything for family, all things, many things for families. And we can't do that. I mean, quite frankly, we can't by ourselves. And so partnerships, and I feel very comfortable to say this because I know that one of our partners with Share Ourselves met with their board last night and shared the potential partnership. But working with Share Ourselves to do, at the Rob Richardson in particular, food pantry. I mean, the vision is big, like this is our starting point with them, but to have a food pantry, so to meet that food scarcity that our community might have, and then be housed in that place so that they have a stable place to do that from. And you all know, but I thank you for the question because it gives me the ability to set this vision publicly. But to be able to have those partnerships with UCI, with Santa Ana College around legal clinics, medical clinics, dental clinics, so that our families and our community are getting their needs met, and that we can, as a school district, focus on the things that we do best. Our educators are amazing. Let's help them focus on providing the education for our students. And we have, yes, we have staff, other folks who work on all these other pieces, but I really, more than anything, I believe when we care for people, we provide that clarity and we allow them to do the thing that is their job and not their job plus 20 other. It's hard, but our folks want to do that. I mean, they struggle with it themselves, you know, because we want to make sure that our kids, our families have what they need. And so in big picture, it's through partnerships. It's why I'm out meeting and talking with literally everybody and anybody who will meet with me about how we get the resources into our community and accessible for our students. And then, you know, looking at what in true jobs that we do have, like what, you know, like our FACE liaisons and really harnessing the things that are really their jobs to help also find those resources and make those resources known and available to our families.
Thank you. I'm going to kind of piggyback on my colleague, Mr. Bustos' points and to the last conversation. There's so much to discuss under wellness, but I think it's really exciting to be able to hear you share publicly about some of the plans that we have for the Rob Richardson Center, and to be able to bring that discussion open to the whole board and here together, right, where we can have that conversation. And that you met with SOS's board last night. Oh, okay, not you. They met to discuss. Okay. So it's really exciting. I know that when the superintendent first stepped into her role, I mentioned SOS because that was actually one of my very first steps into working in the community. I got to do my service learning projects in their food bank and then in their legal clinic. And so when she mentioned one of her original visions for the ROB, I was like, you know, we have a local organization that does it all. And I want to thank you publicly for really making, as you said, you've been working so hard to hit the ground running and really explore all these potential partnerships with the wellness, but also the internships and getting our students out into these agencies as well. So it's just, I think the sky's the limit even now, thinking about what our students can do in the ROB, you know, if we, as we decide to take it to this level of having these clinics and these resources in-house, our students can also, you know, potentially have these internships in our district with our partners. And so I'm really excited and grateful to our partners for exploring that, and just really excited to see that come to fruition. And it also, I wanted to start my comments there because it also segues, you know, we're talking about the legal clinics that we might be able to help run out of there, whether it's with SOS's legal services team, or Public Law Center. I know when I was volunteering with them, they teamed up around immigration law. So I'm thinking about what I'm hearing from students, particularly also parents and staff, and some parents who are staff, around supports for our students as a piece, or maybe this next potential phase to our immigrant support plan. And I know that that's housed under family and community engagement here, but I know you mentioned it under wellness. And so I think that ties beautifully together, that we're looking at, you know, how to provide these services in-house, but through leveraging our partners, as, you know, we have to be mindful as well of our resources. So one of the things, and we can discuss it here or also in the family and community engagement piece, but for our immigrant support plan, something that I would like to see, and I know we've discussed it, and is really a next phase. So the ask that I'm hearing is, you know, we've done such incredible work to support our families in the last year and a half. I know over 10,000 families have participated in our workshops, our immigrant rights workshops, whether it's Know Your Rights, wellness workshops around supporting mental health during these difficult times, family preparedness plans. Over 10,000 of our families received food delivered to their homes when they were concerned about leaving their home for immigration concerns. So really beautiful and powerful work. And what I would like us to explore for potentially the next phase of that is our students, how we support our students and how we support them on campus, how we make sure that it's visible to them, that they have access to mental health services or support if they feel that they specifically want to talk to somebody about what's going on in the community, or maybe the fears and impact that's immigration is having on their own family. I've heard from staff that we have students who have expressed that their frustration, maybe they had an incident on campus where they expressed a lot of frustration. They ended up in the office, and really what they said is, I'm stressed because of what's going on at home. My parents aren't able to leave the house. I don't know how we're going to pay our rent. And so I know I've talked to one of my colleagues about this as well, and our superintendent. So how do we make it obvious to our students that these are conversations they can reach out to have? These are conversations that are okay to have, that this is a safe space. Because I even often think, again, for our undocumented students and the California DREAM Act, if I don't know it exists, or I don't know that support is there, then I might not bring it up, right? And it doesn't mean that our students are not navigating those things. So looking forward to hearing more from the team on what's to come with those efforts and the visibility on campus. So some kind of visible campaign. We have the signage outside of the schools. I know we talked about maybe having something. Yes, we have our incredible banners that are a sign of our community's resilience and power outside. But what do we have maybe with this theme that's within and throughout our school spaces, so that students know that this information is for them. And also, I know I've heard some feedback from some of the efforts that I know at Valley High School. They had some supports on campus during a particularly difficult week, and there was a lot of good feedback that students enjoyed and felt empowered and equipped with the Know Your Rights information that that can provide a sense of agency in a really uncertain time. And so just exploring what each campus, in their own unique way, but how they can really step up and we can wrap our supports around our students on campus and create that culture. So very exciting things coming. I don't know if anyone from the team can speak to that work, or if that's still in the beginning phases and you want to include it in the B2B.
We can include it in the B2B for you. I would want to convene with the team and really ask them where we are in terms of progress. But I do love the idea of having a concerted effort and focus on a student on a campus. I mean, a lot of our efforts have been around family support, and it truly has been the entire family support. I think this intentional focus area is a good one and a great next step.
Thank you, Ms. Burkeen. And next we have Ms. Magdaleno.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to start by emphasizing how important wellness is, right? If our students don't come to school feeling supported, feeling safe, feeling healthy, they're not ready to learn, right? So I just want to start with that. And also comment on the pantry. So really exciting to hear that update. I think it was last year when Mr. Bustamante, during my quarterly meetings, he's like, let's go tour the Rob Richardson. And I was like, what's going on at the Rob Richardson? And I was a new board member trying to figure out all these facilities that the district has. And we walk into this room, and my brain goes crazy with ideas. A pantry, I know a partner, let's do it right now. And the staff immediately was like, we've been trying to, it's so hard to get approved because of a lot of technicalities. And immediately the next day, I go to our superintendent, we can do a pantry here. I know someone who can bring food. but it's not that easy, as we learned. So I just been asking for updates and, receiving, and finally we're at that point where we can say, yeah, something's moving, something's happening. So I'm very proud of our team, and just for all the amazing work you guys do, to find partners out there that can really work with us and turn all of our visions, our dreams into a reality, not for us, but for our students. So thank you all. And I know when we also talked about some of our priority areas in wellness, I fully agree with safe, inclusive, and supportive schools, the whole child approach and the family well-being. With the first three, right, that you brought up in slide 5, but one thing that comes to mind also when I first got on the board was our wellness centers, right? And I was like, oh, our wellness center's great. And I talked to Dr. Perez about it as well. And I was like, our students, when they're feeling, all these emotions, they get to go in there and just social emotional learning, right? And then I started doing site visits, and I was like, oh, wait, these are not the type of wellness centers I was thinking about. These are more like welcoming centers, which is great, right? I see the work our FACE team does, and they continue to do in these centers, and I appreciate it. But I also want to look into more social and emotional learning for our students. I know Lowell has one. I know Pio Pico's getting one. I saw one at Carver that was recently new. Maybe we can get some data and see how helpful those are for our students. I mean, I think that would be great, especially at our elementary school sites. I really was so excited that we had these at all of our school sites. But I do love our welcoming centers regardless, right? But I do want to see some data and see if those are really helpful, which I believe they are, right? If a student needs a break, if they're going through some sort of, whatever they need support, they just need a timeout. I know even as an adult, sometimes we need to walk away and take a second. So having those spaces on our school sites and our campuses, that would be great. And I just want to bring up that I'm fully supportive of restorative practices. So let's make sure we look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Alvarez?
Can we go back to that one? Just a couple of things that I wanted to mention. Belonging in school climate. When I take a look at that, I automatically think of family and community engagement. I think of wellness. I think of academic achievement. I think about organizational effectiveness, because a sense of belonging in school climate is systemic. It affects everything. Systemically, it affects everything, and that's one of the things that I've always been interested. I know that I've had conversations with Dr. Perez before about how do we capture it. I know that it's captured in the California Healthy Kids Survey. I think we're going to start capturing it, I think, through Panorama. And I think that's really important, because the thing is, if we create a sense of belonging with a student, they're going to show up to school. If they feel sad and they have a sense of belonging, they're going to come up and going to be able to have open, honest conversations, and I've been focusing on school connectedness or belonging in school climate because of something that I saw when I first got on the board. I was over at Saddleback. I went to have lunch with the kids, and this kid walks in with a football helmet, and the teacher says, "Hey, you know what? You don't have to carry that. You can leave it in the locker room." And the kid says, "No, coach, this is what reminds me that I have to come to school, that I have to do good, and that really made me start thinking back then, if we create that sense of belonging, the school connectedness, how can we build upon it? I think about some of the kids that I know. I introduced Dr. Perez to one of my kids. She plays 16 instruments. She's in choir. She's in drama. She's in marching band. And one of the things that I asked the kid and they asked the mom, I said, what motivates you to do this? For the kid, she just loved it. She loved being there. She knew that she had to do good in school. If she wanted to be in the play, if she wanted to sing, if she wanted to do it in bed. I asked the mom, what makes you get up early in the morning for band competition, stay at a band competition for 10 hours, and then, then go to work the next day? And her greatest joy was seeing her daughter being a part of something, and she felt that she was a part of something because she was contributing to to everything there. So I'm just gonna end it with that because I'm gonna talk more about it as we get into family and community engagement.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Ms. Lebsack? Ms. Lebsack, are you muted? Are you speaking? Okay, we can move on to.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Okay, I apologize. I know we talk about being grounded in our community values and we talk about restorative justice. And my question is, do we ask our parents, are our parents even informed? Because it seems to me that we pat ourselves on the back or, that, yeah, that's great. We're telling our parents about their immigration rights. Okay, that's great. But did we tell them about their parent rights and their religious rights? It seems to me that our board is picking and choosing what they want parents to know, and then they don't tell them the things that of their other rights. And to me, that's an agenda. That's an agenda because, and I realize that many of the board members here aren't parents, so maybe they don't understand a parent's heart. That they really want what's best for their child and they really want to know what's going on with their child because they know their child best. And when we talk about community values and we talk about that memo that just went out to say that, oh yeah, a child can change their gender without the parent knowing about it unless the parent asks. Well, did we ever ask the parents what they thought about it? If we truly value our community, then we would ask them. We wouldn't just impose it upon them. And the other thing, in reading that book that was put out by the parents, Our Stories, I read through that book, and our community is a very faith-based community, but there is a disconnect in this board that those values are not esteemed by these board members. I don't understand that. I know that our LGBT liaison, Vern Reinhardt, when I looked at the things she's training our staff in, saying that according to wellness and restorative justice, that teachers and staff need to use a student's chosen non-binary pronouns such as they, ze, them, kos, whatever it is. And yet, we have Supreme Court hearings now. We just had one 2 weeks ago called Chiles versus Salazar, saying that no, it's actually defying Senate Bill 1172 that said counselors can only affirm a minor's gender identity, and that's now being challenged as unconstitutional. Okay, so my question is, things are changing very quickly, and it seems that we're dragging behind. We need to stay on the cutting edge because it impacts our families, it impacts our parents and our students, and it impacts their wellness and how we define wellness, how we define what's in the best interest of student. That's changing because your view is very different than my view. And I believe that my views are more reflective of our community, to be quite honest, especially of our faith communities, because deceiving parents isn't a way to build trust. And it's definitely not a way to, it's a way to pretend that you care, but to have an agenda in the background, So I just think that there's a lot changing very quickly and we need to stay on top of it. And that's, what I have to say.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to move along. Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. One of the things that and I've had this conversation with Dr. Perez before, and we've kind of talked about it and kind of, I've just thrown the idea out, and I think that this is I want to say it now publicly for, the rest of my colleagues, around creating some type of model or program that's similar to what some of the higher education institutions do around dream centers for undocumented students. And so maybe that's something that we can do at the Rob Richardson Welcoming Center. Or maybe that's something that we do at one of our school sites, Monroe, because they're getting a whole new building modernization, right? I don't know. It's things that we can think about because that space is being built, and we can think about the potential there. And I also think about the community that lives in the Delhi neighborhood too. That's the only reason I threw it out. But more importantly, more important than just the location is actually about the space and what this could provide to our students and their families. And so, you know, I know you talked a little bit about, and board president talked a little bit about the legal aid option and what we can do, legal assistance, and partnering with UCI or with Santa Ana College or another legal organization that's already doing the work. Specialized counseling for those students around career counseling, mentorship, academic planning, very tailored mental health supports for those students. Maybe even thinking about having a dedicated staff person, you know, something that we as a district invest in, who can really lead this work and lift this work up. And I think that adds to the point that President Brazier Aceves brought up about, well, what are our next steps as a school district to continue supporting our students and their families. And by doing Know Your Rights workshops, we weren't giving out immigrant rights. We're sharing constitutional rights that are afforded to every single person in this country. It's not just immigrant rights. So let's be very clear about that. And so I think that having this Dream Center and really making that part of this phased approach to, you know, what is the phase in our immigrant support plan, and really tying it to wellness is going to be critical. And it's not only ensuring that our students are prepared to come to class every single day, but also that they're prepared for the future, right? With some of the things that I talked about, like career counseling or mentorship or academic planning. So I wanted to share it just so it's out there and my board colleagues are aware. And if it's something that, you know, is folks support, I hope that we can move on something like this. And then the other thing that I really wanted to touch on here in wellness is something that had been brought up around like how we actually tackle bullying happening in our schools, right? Like this is an issue that has been like in our systems forever, right? And unfortunately will continue to be in our system unless there's a very intentional approach to combat bullying and harassment at varying degrees and varying levels, from our youngest learners in the primary grades all the way to our secondary schools. And so I bring this up because over the past couple of, since I've been the board, I've received information from our parents reporting some of this bullying or harassment happening. And of course, as board members, this doesn't necessarily fall under our authority to be able to handle and to address, but we do have the responsibility to ensure that our systems that we have in place, that we have systems in place to minimize bullying and harassment as much as possible or completely on our school campuses. So can you speak to a little bit about what have been the district's practices and efforts to combat bullying? And if there hasn't really been a real focused effort, let's name that.
Yeah.
But then let's talk about what we can do in the future to really tackle this issue.
So actually, we were sidebarring as you were talking about the bullying. The obvious pieces that restorative practices really are the tier 1 foundational pieces that will combat bullying. I have not seen like a named program or approach that we use across the board within our district. I would love to have Michelle come and share more, but there is something that I know that does work and proven that I was actually passing a note to Mr. Bustamante around. It's actually called Undercover Anti-Bullying. It's something that we had in my prior district, and when Moreno Valley experienced something that actually put them at front and center in the media with a student passing away, Moreno Valley superintendent actually reached out to me because I was the student services person. And we were able to deploy our team to help train everyone in that district with this particular approach. And I've seen it work really successfully. So I will leave it there and have Michelle share more.
Actually, the program she's speaking to, I was trained in. I have a few of my staff that are trained in it as well, because we were looking at implementing that district-wide, starting with our elementaries. One of the things that I can say is in progress right now is our We Care committee. We have worked with our community partners who participate, and they each actually have like different passions, and some of them are very passionate about our mental health, policies and supporting that, and others on our wellness policy. And I had 2 chime up for the bullying policy. So we actually have our invitations that just went out today to community partners so that we can start that work, where we'll have breakout rooms within, because we meet virtually with our community partners. Sometimes we have the opportunity to meet in person, but we will have breakout rooms so that we can start the planning and the implementation, because like I said, we have agencies that are have their passions and they want to be part of the work and support us. The other one, though, is that program that I'm very familiar with.
Thank you. I feel like we reached a flow state here because that's exactly where I was going in terms of our We Care campaign. And actually where We Care came out of, the purpose, the intention around We Care. And it was because, unfortunately, we lost a student to suicide. That's where it originated from. I mean, that dates to when I was still, I had just graduated from high school when this incident had happened. And so, it's critical that we do all that we can to address the bullying, address harassment that's happening in our school sites to avoid unfortunate instances where a student takes their life because of the things that they're experiencing in our schools, right? And so, and I appreciate the intentional effort to look at our We Care campaign and really ensure that, again, we're strengthening these partnerships with these organizations that are already doing great work, but really being intentional about and harnessing the strength and the passions that each one of them brings, right? And really being intentional and strategic about that. So thank you for sharing that. I'm looking forward to see the ways in which we move forward as a district to address, mental health, to address, physical health, to address all of these, suicide prevention, right? All of these things that kind of fell under the bucket of We Care over the past couple of years as more and more organizations were coming on board and wanting to be a part of the work that we were doing here, but just being more intentional and more strategic and more just proactive also about how we're getting these, services and supports to students and their families. So thank you for uplifting that, and I'm looking to hear more about that program that you shared with us tonight.
Thank you. And Michelle, I actually had another question. Dr. Perez, if it's okay if I ask Ms. Dejanira to come up. I also wanted to just take a quick moment because this is a time for us to build consensus and show our support for the focus areas for our staff to really dig into. And so around restorative practices, I definitely am on board. It's something that I've also heard from our staff and our teams since I joined the board, and something that I get to practice in my work and really believe in. And I do think will be able to help us tackle things like bullying and kind of get to the root of some of these other wellness areas. But Michelle, you shared something with me recently about how your team, the way that you and Mr. Bustamante lead your team, grounded in, there was like 3 values that you not only have your teams center in, but also our partners when they're working with our students. Would you mind sharing with us what those are? Because I thought that was very reflective of our values as a community and just very encouraging to hear that is how we are centering our work.
Yeah, so when we, in support services, when we're looking at our systems and our practices and our contracts, really what we're looking for is that we are aligned with our values and our principles. And so the principles that we have within support services is that whenever we are engaging with school staff, students, families, our partnerships, that we are engaging respectfully, and that we are honoring each other's dignity through the process. But on top of that is that we're building out mutual concern. So although sometimes when we are in disagreement, we can still work through that disagreement and have mutual concerns for all parties involved, but build consensus so that we can move forward. But really, those are the three principles.
Thank you. And one other piece that your work has been very intentional about building out is when I think of wellness, I think it's important to name the work that you and the team and the district has done in building a robust mental health specialist team, including a very robust and large internship program with our partner universities. When I came onto the board, I know I was looking at how many social workers we have, other than Dr. Alvarez, who's sitting next to me. And it wasn't too many, right? And that was one of the things that I really had to focus on. And so I know in our mental health specialist team, it's social workers and other mental health professionals. But we have really mirrored and probably, outpaced some of our comparable districts in what, at that time, what was happening in other districts is they had these really robust reliance on their internships, allowing them to build their capacity. But we have expanded that probably, 20-fold. So if you could share a little bit about that.
Yeah, so with our mental health specialist, as you mentioned, we started off with social workers, but to diversify the team with different educational programming, we have now marriage family therapists and we have professional clinical counselors as part of our team. And with that, through grant funds, we've built out the infrastructure for the intern program that really has blossomed. We had started out with, I think, 20. We are at 35, and we're expected to have at least 50. That is our goal for next year. So we've actually been doing our interviews. So we actually interview our interns as well. And then we, based on their interview, make offers, and they accept our offers, and then we move forward. So we know that the people who are coming on as interns is because they want to serve our community. With that said, we have also built out our partnership to expand our services for substance use, prevention, intervention, and students who are experiencing just substance use and need rehabilitation. In addition, we have at the ROB just completed the space for parent-child interaction therapy, where we'll be exploring contracts so that we can have training for our own mental health staff to be able to work with families of young children to provide interaction therapy as well. So yes, the team has expanded, and we also continue our partnership with Western Youth Services, and they provide our long-term specialty care. So when you think of the team itself, we have 41 of our own internal staff with clinical supervisors included in that. We have 35 interns as of right now. We have 10 clinicians who provide the specialty long-term care through Western Youth. And then we have our partnership with Project Phoenix House, for substance use. And to be honest, they just emailed me today, and they are, we had piloted with about 4 or 5 of our students with wellness coaches, and they are now offering 43 43 wellness coaches to us as of today.
That's incredible, Michelle. And that's around substance use?
That is just students who, in real time in the classroom, can receive support in developing those social skills that are either impacting their ability to self-regulate, social awareness, decision-making. So they're providing real-time in the classroom support.
And what age range is that?
They actually go from TK all the way to 12th grade. They will also serve for students to help anybody who is maybe not sure about exploring substance use programming. They serve as like a mentor in that bridge as well. So it can be a variety of services, and they have their own training and background.
Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for the work you're doing in all of those areas. The substance abuse rehabilitative services, I'm glad that you mentioned that. A lot of the work that I do is with students in alt ed, and alternative education, who unfortunately many times it's not uncommon. Everyone's story is different, but in my work with students, it's been very common that there has been a struggle with substances as a maybe the only form of coping that they've been introduced to. But a want and a desire to find other coping skills. And so this is exactly what our district is introducing and providing to students at an early age, so that we can set them up for success and they can be as healthy as they deserve and want to be, right? But sometimes don't have access to those skill sets. So thank you. That is very important work. And I hope to see that continue growing. So thank you.
Thank you.
And then just my last two points, I wanted to echo Mr. Bustos' support for a dream center or dream centers. I 100% will support that and would like to see that come to fruition. And a dedicated staff person, I do think that our undocumented students, our mixed status families deserve that, and that would be very helpful in implementing these campaigns and this, not only a campaign, right? I think I introduced this idea as a campaign, but really solidifying it as part of what we do. It's not just a campaign that we roll out once a year. So I think that would help solidify this work and make it integral to our district, that families know where they can go, students know where they can go to get that specialized information from folks who are trained, because again, immigration is an area that unfortunately is not an area of where we find a lot of justice or fairness, and things change often, and there's it's open often to a lot of interpretation, right? So it leaves our families very vulnerable often to knowing what's safe and accessing resources or navigating legal pathways and services. So I echo that support, and I think that's a beautiful idea, to have that central space where we're seeing these services at our sites, but also in these dedicated spaces. And I liked how it was outlined, where there's the California DREAM Act and career counseling that is looks very specific and can be very different for our undocumented students as they navigate their professional next steps. And in my work with students, I have worked with many students who have expressed stress. This is something I've spoke with the superintendent about, and teaching and learning as well. It's so important that we bring these things forward to students, make them aware of it as early as middle school, because if I'm in middle school and I don't know that I have a pathway to go to college because I'm undocumented, or I don't think that I can get a job because I don't have a social security number, or I can't have a professional career, we hear those stories of students throughout the county keep struggling to continue their high achievement, right? Because it's like, what for if I don't have options? And they do have options, as limited as and as difficult as these times are, right? What's available to our students, we have to do everything we can to protect that and to make it accessible. So, and lastly, what I heard in this section is the culturally relevant and inclusive learning and rooted learning. So I think of community schools. And one area I know I've talked with our superintendent about that I would like to see more, and just have a better understanding, it may already be built within our ethnic studies, but around differently abled folks and having more awareness and learning opportunities built in to our teaching, but also I know our teams within our arts department and our career readiness are also exploring how to be more inclusive. And so that's a priority area for me, and I'm looking forward to following up and seeing where we're going with those things. But to keep us, oh, I see Brenda, Ms. Lebsack, my apologies. Did you have a comment? I see your hand raised, so I don't want to skip you, but otherwise, okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Dream Center is the first I heard of it, and I know that the board is supposed to set the direction here. There's some questions I have. I mean, I realize that most of the board members have more of a mental health background in professions such as social work or politics, but really schools are meant to be for academics, and we need to focus on that as the priority. And right now, I mean, about 70% of our kids are not meeting reading standards, 80% are not meeting math standards, okay? And this needs to be our primary focus. I don't think we should spread ourselves so thin to where we are forgetting. It's called a mission drift. We're forgetting why we exist. We are not a social service agency, okay? That's like a grocery store that says, okay, our food is spoiling, so we're gonna start selling furniture now. Okay, like, no, then change the name. Don't be a grocery store if you're not gonna sell food. Change the name to a furniture store. Are we an education in a school? Are we schools to educate kids? Or are we a social service program? We need to make that distinction. And I also want to ask, I know it's been brought up several times, you know, this is the direction of the board and this is going to be laid in cement for years to come. This is an election year, okay? And people are going to vote and they're going to decide who best represents their values, okay? And if it's possible that the majority of this board does not represent the community's values, these things could change. So I want to be careful in the things that we're saying, that we don't say, oh, everything's going to be stamped in cement. We're going to put it on the agenda. We're going to pass it. Yeah, but if the majority of this board changes in November, December of next school year, some of these priorities may change because this board majority may not actually be reflecting the true values of this community. And I think that's something to look at.
Ms. Magdaleno?
Dr. Perez, can you go to slide number 2 for me? So I think the purpose of our meeting today was to discuss our board priorities, which fall under student achievement, which we talked lengthily about, right? We're currently in wellness. We're going to move on to family engagement and then organizational, right? So these 4 are priorities, and it's what our district runs on, right? So we are providing direction to our amazing staff. And this is just a conversation that we're currently having because along with student achievement, which we are, you know, all for, and you've heard that is a priority number 1 here at SAUSD, we can also have other priorities along with academic achievement. So regardless of anyone campaigning or any election, you know, recalls can happen too. So nothing's gonna change. Our priority here in SAUSD is to make sure our students are supported, that they're coming healthy, that they're feeling safe in our school sites so they can be ready to learn. Thank you.
I also want to be mindful, and I don't like to get in the back and forth, and I try to, you know, curb my desire to speak onto what other folks share, right, when we're getting a little bit off track. But I want to be very mindful that we're not putting any words into our, you know, in the mouths of our community or our parents. I was, you know, very much excited about our family and community school district anthology that was mentioned earlier, where our parents, students, staff wrote their stories, and it was actually in a family and community engagement program that our district created through a organic request from our families and our staff to share their stories. And it really was a literacy effort as well. We had a parent who formerly wasn't used to writing and reading, and she was inspired to go back to school, and our team helped her enroll in school. She was able to write her story. She was able to read her story publicly. It was beautiful. And so I want to praise our team and our parents who really worked well together to meld the academics and the family and community engagement, the wellness, the healing that happened through that process that was shared by our parents. So that's just one powerful example. There are many of how our district really does this work in such a beautiful and unique way, because I think our community here in Santa Ana is a community that's really grounded in a sense of community. And that's something that's a power that we have. And so I think I just felt called to share that because I don't want anyone to take the space and diminish our families and their experiences, especially if it's not coming directly from a parent themselves from our district. Okay. And I think with that, Dr. Perez, we're ready for the next section.
Sure, thank you. So as we move into family and community engagement, again, the proposed priority areas, trust, safety, and shared responsibility is what I heard collectively from our board. And again, synthesizing that. The second piece is family and community partnership for student success. So leaning on that partnership piece, aligning family and community engagement efforts directly to literacy, to our English learner progress, and to college and career readiness. And then the third and final is community-connected support and opportunity, engaging the broader community as partners in creating safe, supportive schools and expanding access to services, learning opportunities, and real-world experiences. And so this next piece is really just things for you to consider, some of the things that I explicitly heard from the board. And with that, I would turn it over to our board president to guide through the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. If folks want to add themselves to the speakers list, I see we have Ms. Magdaleno to kick us off.
Yeah, I think we're doing amazing in this area. Thank you to Lisa Solomon and her team and everybody that comes together. If I can ask you a couple questions, Miss Lisa Solomon. I think one of the biggest things that I see is your team doing is just engaging with our community, talking to parents, informing them. So all great things, but I want to hear one thing. What are some challenges that you're currently seeing right now that comes difficult to our FACE liaisons?
I think right now one of the challenges is we have seen, since everything that's occurred, like in our political climate, that our families, some of their basic needs are harder to meet. So that ends up adding a stress to the family, adds a stress to the students, as we talked about earlier. So helping to meet all of those needs, find all the resources that are out there, whether it's a housing issue or food, we seem to be great on. We have so many partners that are willing to help out. But when it comes to like housing insecurities, when kids and parents are worried about where they're going to live at the beginning of the month or what's going to happen next month, those have been some of the challenges because there aren't as many housing resources that are available. They have long waiting lists and things like that. So that's one. And I think the second one too is making sure that we're meeting the parents' whatever needs they also have. So we've been doing a shift and we've been noticing that we get more participation via Zoom sometimes than we do in person. Still, people want to connect, so we have to offer everything in like both ways. And it was a challenge, but now we're getting even better at it where we're able to
have meetings, have LCAP sessions with DAC, DLAC, with parents who might not feel comfortable leaving their houses for whatever reason, that we now have these owls and we're able to accommodate and have hybrid meetings. So we get people to be able to participate at home with the people who are participating here in the audience and really making sure that we're interacting. But it was just having to kind of shift our mindset to make sure that we offered both.
That's
for
amazing.
everyone.
Thank you for sharing that. And if you may, what is one thing that you see your team is currently doing so well in?
It's hard to name just one thing because I really do think our team is amazing. But we've really, what we've been able to do, I know that people sometimes see us as the people that connect to resources, but what we've also been able to do through different things that we've done as a district that we've been guided or tasked to do. One was, of course, the 10 essentials. So it's getting our parents to understand the whole educational system, understanding their rights, understanding responsibilities, what they could do to start planning for college, if that's the route you want to go, even understanding that you don't have to go to a 4-year university. You can go to a 2-year, you can go to a trade school. That's all embedded within this training, plus all the college and career opportunities, scholarship opportunities that we have for our students, like direct admissions and things like that. But on top of that, we are also doing a parent learning series that focuses on our 3 priorities, focuses on what interventions are out there that parents can use for ELD if the kids are struggling, like Summit program where they can go on to Clever, they can log in, and there's activities they can do to help develop their English at home. And also we've done a grade level series where we teach parents, we started with elementary, what's expected for the grade level, and we've been doing a lot around the curriculum. So that, I think, we've been able to bring it kind of all together, tying in the academics, understanding the whole system, and then breaking it down for parents and what specific needs they have.
Thank you for sharing that with our community. I think that's all my questions, but I do have a comment. So the work that, our family and community engagement team does is so essential to, our district, our students, and what we stand for here. I remember being a student and my parents having to work 2 jobs, right? They couldn't come and support me at my games, or they couldn't go to PTA meetings or advocate for, whatever it is they needed to advocate for. But I had second parents there advocating for me. So I appreciate the work that you're doing to advocate and, activate these parents who are not just fighting for their own students, but they're fighting for the students across our districts. Some students like myself whose parents couldn't be involved as much as they wanted to, because that support is needed regardless of who it is. So thank you. I appreciate you, and I'm so grateful for the work that you do day in and day out.
Thank you, Ms. Magdaleno, and thank you, Ms. Solomon. Dr. Alvarez?
This time for reals. You know what? I wanted to start off by talking about the time before COVID. As a social worker, we start off with the premise that a child can't learn if they're hungry, a child can't learn if they have housing insecurity, a child can't learn if they're traumatized. And I guess you could say part of the reason why I'm here is originally I was going to run for city council because the council members weren't listening to me. They weren't paying attention to what I was saying. And I would go to the city council, talk individually to council members. I would say, hey, you know what? I would talk about hunger. I would talk about housing and all this stuff. And everybody was quick to say, hey, you know what? Your academics belongs over there. Everything else belongs over here on the city side. And the thing is, then COVID came, and COVID erased those lines. Once we got hit by COVID, we took the lead in distributing test kits. We took the lead in COVID testing. We took the lead in food distribution. We took the lead in ensuring that we were meeting the needs of our kids. So COVID blurred the line. It's not just our district. There's other districts that have food pantries that do food distribution, that do all kinds of things. And I think that one of the things I'm really proud of is all the community partnerships that we built over the years. This is something that we've been working on over the years to where we got a totally complete, robust system right now. I had the opportunity to work I had the opportunity to collaborate with 4 graduate students from the Educational Justice Fellowship Program. And we took the task of taking a deep dive into literature review on family and community engagement. The one thing that I did want to mention is I believe, and I haven't found any evidence contrary to this, I believe that we have one of the largest family and community engagement departments in the United States. I believe that we have one of the most robust FACE initiatives in the United States. I couldn't find anybody bigger than us. I couldn't find anybody that was doing what we're doing. Everybody does different things. But one of the things that came up from the students is the graduate students, as they were looking through the research, their question was, why does family community engagement the sole responsibility of the liaisons? Family community engagement should be the responsibility of everybody. And so we started taking a look at other things that some school districts are doing. Some school districts had FACE departments, and they also had programs such as Parent University. Chicago has a FACE department, and they have a Parent University. The Parent University focuses on family and community engagement, but on the academic side. So I just wanted to mention that as we're talking about family and community engagement, it's not just the responsibility of our FACE liaisons, it's everybody's responsibility. As a result of the research that the graduate students they did come up with a couple of recommendations. One of them was, we'll follow our FACE department or initiative is based upon a framework which was adopted by the Department of Education in 2013. And one of the questions or one of the things that they looked at is the fidelity, whether we follow our FACE is following the framework with fidelity. But the problem with that is we had no data to say whether we're following it or not. But the other part to it is, if we have that framework that we're basing our family and community engagement strategies, why isn't everybody following it? And so one of the areas for further discussion or for further exploration was they asked me to bring it back and just to see if to take a further dive into that issue. The other recommendations were starting off with a needs assessment, because I think every school does their own needs assessment, but we're talking about doing a district-wide needs assessment so that we can balance out what the needs are and forecast. The other part also is, how do we define success in family and community engagement? We can't define success by the number of boxes. Well, let me back up. We can't define success only on the number of boxes of food that we give out, or the number of people that we help that are in homeless situations and stuff like that. The thing is, we need to define success, or we should define success in family community engagement in regards to, are we fulfilling their needs? Just because we help them with food doesn't mean that they don't have any other unmet needs. So I think that it's taking a systemic or globalistic approach where we're interacting with our family and communities, trying to identify their needs so that we can forecast what it is. And then the other part to it also is, we need to know if we're doing a good job. If we don't have any measurement, we can go on and provide services, but how do we know that we're being effective in the services that we're providing? How do we know that we're targeting the correct types of services? So with that, I'm just going to stop right there, and I'll come back in the next round.
Thank you. Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. I just want to uplift and echo the comments made by my colleague, Dr. Alvarez, around the work of family and community engagement truly is everyone's responsibility. I had a conversation with someone who was an educator in our district and shared that she hardly made contact with the family and community engagement liaison on their campus. And didn't really know what kind of services, what kind of support they offer to our families. And she wished she would have known that before, she changed careers. She decided to go into counseling instead of being in the classroom. So, that was the reason for her departure. But I think that highlights just the disconnect between our department of family and community engagement that is doing such critical work, but the need to really bridge the work that they are doing with our educators, with our classified staff, to ensure that the work is actually effective, right? And so, and build those relationships so that as a system, we also understand what role each one of us plays, because every single person that works at this district, from our superintendent to our plant custodians to our nutrition service workers, play a role in family and community engagement, right? And so these are the types of conversations that I think need to happen at the site level, right? And need to really start there to build that understanding of what FACE does, what services they offer, what connections they have to organizations in the community, so that everybody can then understand and recognize, well, what role can I play to support these efforts, right? So I wanted to start there and just name that, because that's also going to be like a cultural shift that we have to make as a school district, and that's going to require some effort. And then the last thing that I want to just speak on this point, because I don't want to repeat the great things that my colleagues have already shared, is around the role that FACE plays and aligning our student achievement priority areas to the work that FACE does, right? That is where I want to see our FACE department go to the next level in, right? And I know that they're already beginning to do this. And so I appreciate that. But I think we need to strengthen that work. And, walking our families through the California dashboard when those results come out. Walking our families through the metrics that we talk about. Walking our families through this presentation, this conversation that we had today around our board priorities, right? That is so critical to build that base level understanding from our community about the expectations that the board has, the superintendent, our governance team has, and then how these goals, how these priorities are then trickling down to the individual school sites. And so I believe that is really the next phase for FACE, to really be able to prioritize that and center their work around that. Because if we can get our parents and our families to understand these priorities and these metrics, then we can get them on board. I can only imagine the things that we can do as a system, a public school system. And so that makes me excited about this opportunity and really harnessing the power that we have with FACE and what we can really do with FACE. And I think that we have the right leadership to be able to unlock that. And we have the staff in that department to be able to unlock that. I mean, I've had so many positive interactions with our FACE liaisons across all of our campuses. And I know that they can do that. And I know that they'll have the capacity to do that. But again, because of what's happened in our community, I feel like our FACE liaisons have been really focused in one specific area and haven't really been able to unlock all of the things that I know that they can do. And I believe that our district in this moment needs now, as we talk about student achievement, academic achievement, and all of our other priority areas. So I'm excited for the work ahead for FACE. I want to thank the department for all of your hard work that you've brought to the district and all of the efforts and contributions you made to the district. But I'm really looking at the next step and the next phase for this department, and I'm excited for that.
Thank you. I also echo my colleagues' discussion points and want to thank them for the topics that they brought forward. I'm in total agreement. And one thing I really wanted to highlight, the power of our family and community engagement that I've seen this past year, an example that really speaks to the power of what our FACE team, our support services, because again, it should be, across the board, our folks everyone that is working with our families, but definitely our FACE team and our support services, and I know there's so many others behind this work, but the work that you've done I think, within our immigrant support plan, this district, our board came out very, very early with a support plan for our immigrant community. And I believe there's a strong correlation with that and the fact that this school year, we haven't seen a correlation that we can tie to attendance issues around immigration fears to the extent that our neighboring and like-sized districts throughout the state have seen. And so that's something that I always share wherever I'm at, the work that we've done, to share it with other districts so that they can also support their families in this way. And I believe what it speaks to is that our families feel safe. They felt that our schools, our district is the safest place they can be amidst so much violence and so much uncertainty happening outside our schools and unfortunately across the country. So thank you for that. But I also can't help but to believe that it's the groundwork that our FACE team and our school staff have built over the years into relationships with our community and our parents and students, that they knew this isn't just rhetoric, right? Like, this is who our staff are, and that we are safe people that they can turn to, and that we have the best interest of our families, and that we are a community that celebrates our immigrant community. So thank you for that. And our students can't learn if they don't feel safe to come to our school, or if their families don't feel safe to leave the house to bring them to school, right? And so it all is interconnected. I also do love this trend of everyone sharing about how this, and it being part of our goals and vision for our district, this is everyone's role. I do work in family and community engagement when I'm not a board member, and a little bit when I am a board member. But that's like the dream, right? When you go to meetings and you help interpret that, our principals, our administrators, our teachers, our staff, everybody understand what our FACE team understands, right? That when you're speaking in a meeting, if it's being interpreted into another language, we don't just skip ahead and start talking directly to the student while interpretation is catching up. And just these little often unintentional things, right? That when we grow that knowledge and share, and we really lean on our FACE team and our support services to share how they do things, right? And what are those restorative and other practices that they're implementing in their work with our families, that we can all feel like we can embrace those and help leverage that. And I know that many of our staff already naturally do that as well. And then lastly, I just want to echo, I do see a lot of linkage around our family and community engagement with our academics, which is very, very exciting. I know this is something our superintendent is very passionate about. And we heard Ms. Solomon Gonzalez sharing about the work that they're doing. So I've had the opportunity to join the FACE team at one of their grade level presentations, and I was so impressed. So that was a great example of how the teams are really bringing in that academic focus and support for our families into the engagement, so that our families can feel equipped. And they were sharing that, this was really great because now they feel equipped to go home and help students with their homework. And they were going through these lessons. It was 2nd and 3rd grade. And there were things that I even felt rusty on, right, with the grammar. And it was in Spanish. But it was very impressive. There was a large binder that the team had created. and they were going through what the students are learning and how to support them at home. It was really in-depth, and I really appreciated that. I know the FACE team has reading corners and promotes literacy at all of the community events, and shares reading tips and access to reading tools, as was mentioned. So, and then lastly, the culturally rooted learning through projects like the RISE project with UCI, where our community assets, which FACE is so knowledgeable about, is now being brought into the learning, and how we do learning we know is more effective. And we know the data shows that when our families are engaged, our students see that, feel that, and show up differently, and their outcomes are different. And I get to see that in my work directly, and I see our teams here doing that. So thank you. Dr. Alvarez?
I just got a couple of quick comments since we're running out of time here. I just wanted to mention, going back to the literature review that we did, when I first met with the graduate students, everybody was excited. I told them we're going to do a literature review on family community engagement. Everybody was excited because the framework that we're using was developed in 2013. So we were thinking we're going to go out, we're going to find new research within the last 5 years, something better, something bigger, something newer. And we went out, we spent 10 weeks doing research, and we got nothing. The only thing that we came back with was confirming that we're already doing everything that we're supposed to be doing. The one thing that I wanted to go back to again is that family and community engagement isn't solely the responsibility of our FACE team. It's everybody's responsibility. And in a sense, as I mentioned, I've already seen it at different places. For example, I went to I forget which school it was. They had a STEM night. Elementary STEM night, where they had parents in and they're all working together on their projects. There was another school where I had a literacy night. One of my favorite examples is when I first got on the board, Lisa Solomon invited me to Monroe. She said, we're having a celebration celebrating our literacy, the Millionaires Club. So I walk in. As soon as I walk in, she has me a tray of hors d'oeuvres, and she says, all the kids are millionaires, we're catering to them. So I went around serving hors d'oeuvres to the kids. And I wanted to mention that event because the whole thing is the sense of community that came out of it. The parents there celebrating their kids for reading, the kids being happy, the parents being happy, the sense of community that I felt. I think I had the opportunity to talk to almost every parent there, and I think with a lot of them, I still see them around. So the thing is, we got a good thing going on with family and community engagement. Let's continue looking to see how we can take it to the next level. Final thoughts. Family community engagement is important for SAUSD because it places partnership, trust, and shared responsibility at the center. The emphasis that every school, department, and employee has a role in building trust is a strong systems message. Still, for board purposes, the district will need to move from engagement as a virtue to engagement as an outcome-producing strategy. In other words, what exactly improves when engagement improves, and how will it be measured? And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lipsack?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did I unmute? Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to point out, because I know we're talking about restorative justice, and when we do evaluate, and I assume our cabinet and everybody, that we really do listen to our teachers, that we listen to what's going on in the classroom rather than, instead of just making mandates. And I know that we do talk about restorative justice, but there are some things that some teachers talk about restorative justice, and here's one. It says, when students face no immediate consequence for misbehavior, teachers report increased classroom disruptions. Without the ability to remove chronically disruptive students, instructional time is lost, and the learning environment suffers. Critics argue that this shift prioritizes the offender's emotional state over the rights of well-behaved students to a safe, orderly education. A parent wrote, actually, during the streaming, she wrote, rules and standards need to be in place. Kids are vaping in the restrooms, they're getting caught, and then they're being sent back to class. So my question is, how are we actually using our discipline so that instruction time is not lost? Because that's why I brought up the special ed issue with the primary grades. That's why, I'm saying, are we focusing on this as the primary reason of why we exist, so that our classrooms, the kids can learn? It can be a learning environment. And I know, clothing and food and, all these other things are important, but we still need to come down to our primary focus, and that is academics. And do remember that there are many, many, many agencies out there whose primary focus is to feed and to clothe and to have all of those special services that can be available, whether it be through the churches, Catholic charities. There's so many great faith-based organizations out there that do that. And, we can be resourcing parents and families to those places in our community, because those are places in our community, they're part of our community as well. And then, of course, the city, many different agencies available that way too. But I just think we need to do what we're called to do, and that is to prepare our kids to be successful, so that they can read, write, do arithmetic, and make sure that the classrooms and the teachers are supported and that the teachers are listened to as well. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So I do have a question for Dr. Perez on that point, but before we do that, I know we're at 10 o'clock. So I'm going to open up to my colleagues to make a motion. I would recommend that I'll go ahead and motion that we extend to 10:30. Oh, yeah. Okay, but usually around this time we decide if we're going to go further or stay later. So that's going to be our goal then. Is that the consensus? Let's wrap up by 10:30? Okay, thank you. So Dr. Perez, it's getting late and my processing is slowing down. I hear a vote for midnight. Dr. Perez, can you speak? Can you speak a little bit to, just briefly, because I do think it's very important, the point that Ms. Lebsack asked, I kind of heard a question in there, but I have heard this before from just a few educators. And so I'm asking if you could share a little bit about restorative practices in regards to accountability, right? Because sometimes we hear this kind of thought that, oh, maybe restorative practices equates to no accountability.
Okay, perfect. You know what, I'm going to have Mr. Bustamante share in regards to that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought too. I apologize.
I'll just, from a site perspective, I think I realized how to use the mic most of the time. I was trying to request but in terms of, I know it's been denied, I get it. In terms of a site administrator, it's important that there's a difference between restorative practices and violation of ed code, which means those are suspendable offenses. So I could sit here and talk about all the ed codes, but it will take forever. But it's important that we have great administrators which know the difference between the suspendable offenses from ed code versus things that we can do in terms of changing behavior and using restorative practices. So that is something that we do train our principals on. There is sometimes confusion where they feel like, no, I wouldn't say administrators, but the consensus sometimes is out there that if somebody does something wrong, then they need to be suspended for that. But also ed code again changes. For example, we used to be able to suspend on K, which was disruption back in the day. So if a kid talked back to me, then back in the day, we were able to suspend them. However, with ed code and changing, we're not allowed to do that anymore in terms the restorative practices comes in. but there is a difference between suspendable offenses, violation of ed code, and things that are just, behavior issues. We do support sites when they come to that. I know our team and support services, we go out and help administrators, even teachers sometimes if they need it with our team. So just want to kind of clarify that because again, that's that change of mindset, right? That change of mindset where sometimes we get frustrated in a day and sometimes we feel like, well, I think that kid needs to be suspended. There's also a difference between, yes, if they're vaping, there's a difference between it being tobacco and being marijuana. There's a whole slew of things that we have to look at because some things are suspendable and some things we can't suspend. And that's not because we don't want to, but there's certain ed code that we have to follow. So I'll leave it at that because we can be here all night. But I'd be more happy to answer any more questions on a B2B or talk on a side note. Hopefully that helped out.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you. I know that your team, the teams have spent some time in the classrooms that was mentioned earlier, and it makes me think of that as well, right? Looking at our practices, what's most effective? Pushing students out of the classroom or really embracing them? And the data that you found was, very much, very powerful. That bringing our students in, like through restorative practices and teaching those skill sets and hearing about how the other students started to learn how to implement some of those practices too, and the world of a difference it could make in the classroom as far as managing the classroom was really powerful for me to hear as a board member. So I'm looking forward to us being able to share more of that out to the community and support our sites with that too. So thank you. And with that, okay, we can go ahead and move along.
All right, that moves us into our last and final board priority, which is organizational efficiency and effectiveness. And just wanting to highlight the proposed priority areas. This is one that actually gets me very excited, and I can talk about past 10:30, but won't. Our service, really the excellence in service, not just that we're being efficient, that we're being effective. And I know I had this conversation with our board members individually around really moving into that place where we're talking about excellent service for those that we serve. And so that being one of the proposed priority areas that I heard be echoed from the board, resource alignment and strategic stewardship, really looking at how to align all things. And I actually heard Mr. Bustos talk about understanding what the priorities are so that we're looking at aligning the resources in our budget, in our people, with accomplishing, and actually in various ways, I heard each of you talk about that. And then lastly, the coherent systems and communication, streamlining onboarding, communication in general, and then operational processes so that the system is easier to navigate and more effective to operate. As I'm talking with folks partners that we work with and engage with, again, this continues to be a pain point. We've worked out some things, but we still need to put in my recommendation expectation, we need to put more effort and time and energy in really making sure that our systems are operating well and serving not just parents and students, but really one another in the system and then our external partners, because it's the thing that I hear from them, like, oh, I couldn't get this X, Y, and Z through, or, I'm not sure where things are at with that, with regards to my contract or whatever the case may be. So those three things being the proposed, and then again, the opportunity to consider some of the things that I heard from you all explicitly during our conversation. With that, Board President, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues want to add their names to the speakers list? Go ahead and do so. Okay. Oh, Mr. Bustos.
I guess I'll get us started here. One of the things that I do want to bring up in this section, and it's actually on this slide here, and I know Superintendent and I have had pretty extensive conversations around this already, is related to our enrollment practices and what enrollment looks like in our school district now, what enrollment looked like years ago, and then what enrollment is going to look like in the future, right? And so the reason that I bring this up is because and I think all of us on the board have received many emails over the past couple of weeks that we have responded to and so graciously turned over to Mr. Bustamante, who has gotten back to all of the parents and families and other folks on your team and called directly to address any issues that were coming up related to enrollment. So I want to take the moment to publicly thank you for doing that, because I think it showed a lot of our families just the real investment and the desire to want to keep our students in this district, in the district that they love, in the district that they want to be. But then that also brings me to the fact that there were issues to begin with, right? And a lot of it had to do with just our process. And of course, this is the first year that we moved to kind of a different process in terms of how folks enroll their children, register their children. And I know we moved to like an online form, and folks were asked to rank what schools they wanted their child to attend, and so there was kind of a bit of a different process. So I anticipated there was going to be some hiccups that were going to come up, some questions, concerns that were going to arise, but I think now we're at a point where we all have an understanding of that and we're prepared for that, and I know that you folks are already planning for what our enrollment process is going to look like next year. So can you all please just speak a little bit about like where we were in the past with enrollment? Because I know in the past enrollment was very site specific, right? Our individual sites were dealing with enrollment, were managing their own wait lists, and then we transitioned to this district level enrollment where everything was being centralized here. And so now, after we've kind of learned and we've seen how both of these systems and processes work out, like in real time, like what are the plans for the future to address some of the things that you've heard in conversations that you've had with parents and families?
Well, I can speak in terms of just where I'm at now, because I wasn't here in the past, but I know if Michelle wants to talk a little bit more of the past. But as she comes up to speak a little bit, I can honestly say, just like our parents in the past, as an administrator, there was frustration in regards to enrollment, and as a principal, when do we get our kids, right? Just like parents want to know what schools they were at. I don't think that it was ill intent. I think in terms of there were just so many things going on. And so many systems to where this year, this summer, the team led by Michelle, we decided to figure out a system that it was going to change, but a system that we thought we could control, a system we thought that not only would help parents, but also it helped the site administrators, because when site administrators know particularly how we're getting the kids or how many kids, then that helps us with our teachers. Then it helps us with the assignments of teachers, the master schedule. It's like a little friendly ecosystem, right? One thing affects another. Speaking to that, I'll let Michelle give a little bit of the history, and then we can kind of update you where we are now.
So the history is that we've had multiple applications through different types of platforms in the past. So we had a moment in time that we would send out like a Google form for a sibling priority. And then it was followed up with a high school fundamental application. Then it was followed up with a fundamental middle and elementary. And on top of that, before all of that, we would actually have the letter of intent for fundamental elementary. And then we would have our comprehensive. And so what happened is that we would have all these different moments in time, and parents would, we would have families that would engage in multiple applications. So in terms of implementing our policy as to what is that final date of determination and this is the final decision, it was misleading because they would participate in the next application and they wanted that to be their final decision. And it created a lot of movement, constant movement and changes. So within the last 2 years, the application that we implemented this year for the district, we actually piloted with our fundamental high schools. Actually, all of our fundamentals for the last 2 years. And what we saw was that it gave the opportunity to have 2 choices. The thing that it excluded was our comprehensives to have an opportunity. So what we learned from the multiple applications was that we had families who, if they didn't get their first choice, they actually had a second choice that might or might have not been a fundamental, right? So it gave an opportunity for one application, all schools that had available capacity were listed and gave families options. Prior to that, though, just to help guide, because we knew that there was going to be a change, I had worked with our office managers over the summer and actually with our FACE liaisons to get feedback during the summer to help plan for this. And they gave us a lot of great ideas. So although there were these calls, we had the intentionality to address that feedback through developing those various web pages to be very clear and explicit about what grade levels were available, the capacity at each site, the timelines, and in addition, what our FACE liaisons had as an idea was to distribute letters prior to winter break and during winter break before the opening of the application, so families were informed as to what is their assigned next school. And if they were out of district, it informed them that they needed to renew their permit. So we customized each letter for all of those transitional grades and provided them to families ahead of time with QR codes so that they were ready to be able at home to just scan and submit their application. But with any change, it's progress monitoring areas that we can always improve. We are actually in our last cycle of approvals right now, and we have our SPED recommendations coming through as well. And so it is a process, and I know sometimes getting a message of being waitlisted can create anxiety. It's not a denial, but it's just the time that it takes for us to ensure that we are working collaboratively with all departments that are impacted, and as Mr. Bustamante said, give schools the opportunity to build out master schedules, understand their staffing, and we're still in line with our timeline that we have posted.
And just to add to that, again, kudos to the team. Part of the organizational efficiency was also being able to sit down with human resources, business, obviously representing support services and special ed, so that we have the ability and time to be able to finish, but also the ability to make corrections, right? Because in the past, any corrections we're doing in the summertime. One of the things parents did feel, they felt the crunch of that timeline, but what that timeline allowed was for us to finish and then again be able to reach out, and if there were corrections or things that need to be fixed, we still have that already, the ability to do that before school starts. Because if parents remember, we were moving kids when school already started. And as a parent, no one would want that. But hence the reason, we work very diligently to have the timeline, but also give the chance for us as departments to sit down and make some sound decisions, staffing decisions, and also allow principals to have their staffings. So moving forward, like we said, there are some concerns that were brought up, very valid points, because we're here for the community. But we look forward to even a smoother process, and sometimes possibly, again, with the board's help in terms of helping with the board policy, in terms of eliminating that have to do it during this certain month, then it allows us to start some process as soon as we want to, without having to wait all the way to January or February.
Right. And then just the final question that's related to this as well, and then I'll wrap up. Can you all speak to, and I know that I've heard it during public comment, and I think I had also received some emails, concerns related to enrollment caps at sites. Can you speak to that a little bit, please?
So we can both speak to that, but one thing too is, one of the things that I have learned, that when we're doing open enrollment, Ed Code says we have to list what's called capacity. As a site principal, never knew that, didn't realize we had to do that. But what it does is when you have the capacity, which again, working with business and working with human resources, a site, say, is allocated so many teachers and it's allocated so much funding, right? So at that point, they're listed at either at capacity, which means when we're projecting enrollment, there's really not a wiggle room or anybody to be able to move in. Or if they're near capacity, means there's room, and if it's open, then it's open. And what that allows us to do, and again, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, it allows parents to kind of be able to shop, right? To say, if I want to go to Saddleback, oh my God, they're at capacity. Oh, cool, I can still be on the website and I can now check maybe the other school that I want to see if they're open or if they're near capacity. So that's part of that piece, and that's kind of why you do hear, like, why are we full? The reality is, most of our schools, even speaking from my former site, we have a lot of classrooms. So if you were to ask me, can you take kids? I'll tell you, I can take 1,000 more kids. But the reality is with the budget, with the staffing, we have to start somewhere. And that's kind of when schools and principals are aware, which I will work with them because I love my colleagues, but sometimes it's the messaging is, capacity, they know what their capacity is. And that's sometimes hard because when parents are being denied and say, hey, we're at capacity, it's full, then they're looking around saying, well, I know this classroom is empty. We should be able to move kids in here. And that's not as easy as it sounds.
Yeah, thank you. And just my final comments here, I think this entire conversation that we just engaged in right now is why I think it's so critical as we move forward to really identify the places, as we look at our enrollment process, like what are the things that site administrators and the site should own, and then what are the things that the district can own, right, and your teams can own. And I think that as we move forward, I'm looking for that collaboration and those conversations, so that we can avoid that in the future, right? But again, this was a learning experience for everybody. But I mean, aside from the communications that I received from parents, on the other side, I also want to say that I received a lot of good feedback about the process and the fact that we're starting earlier and that there's that flexibility for adjustment. And so I want to thank your teams for really taking the lead on that and owning that. And I'm looking forward to what our enrollment processes look like in the future.
Thank you. Ms. Magdaleno?
I'll make it quick because we promised you all 10:30. For me, I just want to echo my colleagues' comments on enrollment. But also another thing that we did talk about, Dr. Perez, was customer service, right? We want to deliver the best customer service for our families, for our parents. And that's the number one thing top of mind is, I hate it when I have a message from a parent, family member saying that they called and they gave them the wrong information. So now they're calling different places and they're not getting the right answer, especially when it comes to enrollment, right? We're trying to keep our enrollment up, and if our families can't even navigate the system or can't even find the proper number to call, or get the appropriate person on the line to help them through that process, that's very frustrating. And I know we have high expectations of all of our staff, so customer service is number one for me. And I'll leave it there. I know you also wanted, I think the current name, we did talk about organizational efficiency and effectiveness, but I think you wanted to change it to organizational excellence. I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Yes. Done.
Yes, excellence. That is what I did talk with each of you about. That is the goal. That is where I would like for us to go. It very clearly sets the expectation. There's no uncertainties about it. It is a board priority. I do not have the authority, ability to do that. It was what I was wanting, I spoke with you guys about, that it's something that the board, I would like for you to consider.
Of course. And, we try to practice excellence, organizational excellence up here as well. And I know all of your staff do that on the day-to-day basis, but we all need to work, right? So I hope that we can all go back to our each of our teams, our departments, and, us as electeds up here, and, work on ourselves and whatever we need to get fixed. But I'm on board with the name change. Let's make sure we focus on our customer service, and I'll be happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also on board with the name change. I appreciate the vision that you have, Dr. Perez, and keeping that forefront. I also hope that, we continue to center the efficiency and effectiveness. And I think there's even more to that, and that the excellence will capture. I'll just say that since I joined the board, when I came into the board about 4 years ago, this was something that really stood out to me. We had a board member, Dr. Rodriguez, who I really admired for his work and ability in centering us as a governance team around this area. And I also really appreciated my colleagues who had been on the board previously sharing some of that history, right? And our staff as well. Many of our staff who've come in, I think, since like around the pandemic time, right? So we're all kind of in that same time frame. And just hearing all of the systems that have needed to be addressed internally. And so a lot of the questions I get from the community, there's so much nuance when I go back to find out, okay, why is this happening, right? There's all these layers and systems. And so I really appreciate, I know especially Jennifer Flores has done a lot. We've had a lot of conversations around all of the work that's had to have been done. And so I see y'all's vision. I see y'all's vision in the team, the whole team, getting us there. And so that makes me excited. I know that we are getting to that excellence, and that is the goal, and that is the standard. Because of time, I'll leave it at that. But I will say that I think this year was smoother than last year. Last year, I was asking how come students and families are asking me during summer, where's their child going? Especially, a child with an IEP. There was very concerning things with our systems, and now it's happening much earlier, right? And so I'm seeing those commitments taking place. So with that, we'll go ahead and move us along. Dr. Perez?
All right. So with that, I actually am going to kind of skip around. We've already done this piece, all of that. Our video we've done. And so I'm going to just kind of wrap us with the graduate profile to say that, this ultimately is how we bring the board priorities, how we bring all of those pieces to fruition. What I know you all want to see and expect to see is that this is what the outcome is, as we have student achievement be the focal point, and wellness, and we're tackling those goals that you guys have helped give us some clarity. It's all for the point and purpose of our students and them realizing this graduate profile. So I'm gonna leave it there. There are a couple other slides there, but it really just talks about how we go about this. And for the sake of time, I'm gonna leave us with this here. And if I can just thank the team. There's a lot of preparation that goes into me being able to share this with the board. And I do just want to thank every single member of our team, our executive directors who are sitting here with us, and there are directors who are not here with us, but I know we're very integral to this work. And my cabinet team, this team is amazing. I feel very blessed and fortunate to have them, alongside me doing this work. And thank you to the board for your commitment to, revisiting these things and really being calibrated as a governance team. Thank you.
Thank you. And to wrap us up, on behalf of the board, I believe my colleagues share the sentiment. Thank you Dr. Perez and the team for putting this together, creating the space to have this open conversation so that we can calibrate as a team. I appreciate all my colleagues and the robust conversation as always, but also so that our community can hear it and have access to some of that background conversations that we're working hard on, you all are working hard on, and our parents are and community are as well. I really appreciated that we had our parents involved in the presentation, so thank you for bringing that lens. And you know, we as a board, we're entrusting you to lead your team to get us to these goals and these benchmarks, and we have a lot of faith in your ability, Dr. Perez. So thank you. I see we've heard, you know, the accountability, the directions are clear, and so just taking a moment to thank everybody also at the site levels who are going to carry out this work. Thank you to the team for staying late to be available to answer questions. So thank you to the team. And with that, having no further business to come before the board, this meeting is adjourned. The next regular board meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, April 28th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Thank you.